When my daughter told me to get a job and stop being such a burden, at our family dinner, I felt my heart shatter into 1,000 pieces. Days later, she saw my face on the evening news holding an $8.2 million lottery check. That's when I realized life isn't about how much you give. It's about how much you're willing to lose. If you're watching this, be sure to subscribe and comment if you've ever had a family member stab you in the back. Trust me, what happens next will make your jaw drop. I can still feel the weight of that silence. The silence after my daughter Vanessa slammed her fork against my finest china, the only inheritance from my mother worth keeping, and spat those words at me. The way everyone at that mahogany table, the same table I'd saved for 3 years to buy when the children were small, just stared. Not at her. At me. "Mom, I'm serious," Vanessa continued, her manicured nails drumming against the tablecloth I'd hand-embroidered last Christmas. "It's embarrassing. My friends ask what you do, and I have to tell them my 65-year-old mother sits at home watching soap operas all day." My son Michael shifted uncomfortably in his seat, but said nothing. His wife Diane suddenly became fascinated with her roast beef. My son-in-law Patrick, always the charmer, that one, actually smirked behind his wine glass. And my grandchildren, little Emma and Tyler, the lights of my life, just lowered their eyes to their plates. No one defended me. No one remembered the 20 years I'd spent working double shifts at Mercy Hospital as a nurse, so Vanessa could have dance lessons and Michael could play hockey. No one mentioned how I'd cared for their father through his cancer, changing his bedpans and administering his morphine, while still getting up at 5 a.m. for work. No one recalled how I'd been let go just 8 months ago when the hospital merged with a larger system, too close to retirement age to be worth keeping but too young for full Social Security. "I'm not a burden," I whispered, my voice betraying me with a crack. "I've applied for 17 jobs since January." "Well, clearly you're not trying hard enough," Vanessa shot back. She was wearing the pearl earrings I'd given her for her 30th birthday, pearls I'd saved for 5 years to afford. "Patrick and I can't keep helping with your mortgage payments. We have the children's college funds to think about." The help she referred to was a one-time payment of $800 when my heating went out last winter. One payment that she'd mentioned at every family gathering since. I carefully set my napkin down, my hands trembling so badly I knocked over my water glass. As I blotted the spreading stain with shaking fingers, I looked around the table one last time, at these people who had once been my whole world. "Thank you for dinner," I said quietly, rising from my chair. "I think I should go." "Mom, don't be dramatic," Michael finally spoke, but his eyes never met mine. I didn't respond. I simply gathered my purse, walked to the door, and left. The spring air felt cool against my tear-streaked face as I fumbled for my car keys. Behind me, through the bay windows, I could hear laughter resuming. They were probably relieved I was gone, one less burden at the table. What they didn't know, what none of them knew, was what had happened 3 weeks earlier. It had been a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were when I volunteered at the community center teaching English to immigrants. Not that Vanessa or Michael ever asked about my volunteer work. The day had been ordinary in every way. I'd made my bed with hospital corners the way I'd done for 40 years, eaten my usual breakfast of oatmeal with half a banana, the other half saved for tomorrow, because living on a fixed income means nothing goes to waste, and driven my 15-year-old Toyota to the Gas and Go on Maple Street. "The usual, Mrs. Campbell?" Hector had asked from behind the counter. He was a good boy, putting himself through community college. "Just $10 today, honey," I'd replied, counting out singles from my wallet. "And a Mega Millions ticket. It's my birthday present to myself." Hector had smiled. "You play every year on your birthday?" 35 years running, I told him. Never won more than $20, but hope springs eternal. I hadn't expected anything different this year. After all, luck had never been on Eleanor Campbell's side. I'd married young to a man who turned out to prefer whiskey to working. I'd become the breadwinner, the caretaker, the backbone. When Robert finally sobered up in his 40s, we'd had 10 good years before the cancer took him. 10 years out of 35. Not exactly a winning streak. So, when the numbers were announced that night, I didn't even check my ticket until the next morning. And when I did, sitting at my kitchen table with reading glasses perched on my nose and a cup of store-brand instant coffee going cold beside me, I had to check them again. And again. All 6 numbers matched. I remember sitting very still, my heart beating so loudly I was sure Mrs. Abernathy next door could hear it through our shared wall. Then I'd laughed, a small, disbelieving sound that grew until tears streamed down my face. $8.2 million. After taxes, about $5 million. More money than I'd earned in my entire life combined. I'd called the lottery commission with shaking hands. They'd confirmed what seemed impossible. I was rich. Me, Eleanor Campbell, the woman who reused tea bags and saved buttons from worn-out blouses just in case. We'll need to announce it publicly, the lottery representative had explained. That's standard procedure. We can schedule the press conference for next week if that works for you. I'd agreed, still dazed. Then I'd called the only person I truly trusted, my oldest friend, Gloria, who'd moved to Arizona 5 years ago for her arthritis. "Ellie, you listen to me," Gloria had said, her voice fierce despite the miles between us. "Don't tell those kids of yours. Not yet. Get yourself a good lawyer and a financial advisor first. I've seen what sudden money does to families." I'd followed her advice. The next day, I'd met with Arthur Goldstein, a respected elder law attorney whose name I recognized from community workshops at the senior center. He'd helped me set up a trust and made arrangements for the press conference to be held the following Tuesday. "Mrs. Campbell, I strongly recommend you tell your family before the announcement," he'd advised. "Money changes things. Better they hear it from you than see it on the news." I nodded, already planning the Sunday dinner where I would tell them. I'd even splurged on ingredients for Robert's mother's pot roast recipe, a dish I only made for special occasions now that beef prices had skyrocketed. I'd imagined their faces, the surprise turning to joy. Maybe Vanessa would hug me the way she used to when she was little. Maybe Michael would finally look me in the eye again. But then came that dinner. Those words. That silence. And something inside me, something that had bent and bent and bent for decades, finally broke. I didn't call them after the press conference. I didn't warn them. I simply stood there in my best dress, bought on clearance 3 years ago, smiling for the cameras, holding that oversized check with my name on it. Eleanor Campbell, $8.2 million. The local news ran the story at 6 p.m. "Local widow strikes it rich," the headline read. They interviewed me briefly, asking what I planned to do with the money. "I'm going to live comfortably," I told them, looking directly into the camera. "After a lifetime of taking care of others, I'm going to take care of myself." I knew Vanessa always watched the 6 o'clock news. She claimed it was to stay informed, but really it was to see if any of her real estate listings got featured in the business segment. I imagined her sitting in her perfect living room with its white furniture that no one was allowed to eat on, her mouth falling open as she recognized her burden of a mother on the screen. Sure enough, my phone started ringing at 6:12 p.m. I watched it vibrate across my kitchen counter, Vanessa's smiling face lighting up the screen, a photo taken 3 Christmases ago, before she decided I wasn't worth her time. After it stopped, Michael's call came through. Then Patrick's. Then Vanessa again. And again. And again. I let them all go to voicemail. Instead, I poured myself a glass of the expensive champagne Mr. Goldstein had sent over, Dom Perignon, the first I'd ever tasted, and stepped out onto my small back porch. The spring evening was mild, jasmine scenting the air from Mrs. Abernathy's garden next door. Fireflies were just beginning to blink in the gathering dusk. My phone continued to buzz inside. Text messages now. I imagined their panic, their calculations. All those years of treating me like an afterthought, and now suddenly I was the center of their universe. I sipped my champagne and felt something unfamiliar bloom in my chest. Not happiness, exactly. Something sharper. Something that tasted like power. The doorbell rang. Once, twice, then a continuous press that turned into pounding. "Mom." "Open the door. I know you're in there." Vanessa's voice, shrill with a panic I'd never heard before. I took my time walking through the house, the same 3-bedroom ranch where I'd raised them, where I'd nursed Robert through his final days, where I'd cried myself to sleep more nights than I could count. The same house Vanessa had called embarrassingly outdated last Christmas. When I opened the door, she nearly fell inside, her perfect blowout disheveled, her eyes wild. "Why didn't you tell me?" she demanded, pushing past me into the entryway. "I had to find out from Mrs. Peterson at the grocery store. Do you have any idea how that made me look?" "No, congratulations." "No, I'm happy for you. Just how it affected her." "Hello, Vanessa," I said calmly. "Would you like some champagne?" She stared at me as if I'd grown a second head. "Champagne? Are you serious right now? The whole town is talking about you winning the lottery, and you're offering me champagne like it's some casual thing?" "I find it helps settle the nerves," I replied, taking another sip from my glass. And my nerves needed quite a bit of settling after our last dinner together. Her face flushed. "That's what this is about? You're punishing me for one comment." "One comment," I echoed, feeling that sharp thing in my chest twist. "You called me a burden, Vanessa. In front of your children. In front of everyone." "I was stressed," she protested, running her hands through her hair. "Patrick's firm is downsizing, Emma needs braces, and the property on Lakeview isn't selling. I lost my temper." "You've been losing your temper with me for years," I said quietly. "Ever since you married Patrick and moved into that house in Oakwood Estates. Ever since you decided I wasn't good enough for your new life." "That's ridiculous," she scoffed, but her eyes slid away from mine. "Look, can we just talk about what happens now? With the money?" And there it was. What happens with the money? Not how I was feeling. Not whether I was happy or scared or overwhelmed. The money. "I've already made arrangements," I said. "Mr. Goldstein has set up a trust. Everything's been taken care of." "Mr. Goldstein? The lawyer?" Her voice rose an octave. "You got a lawyer before talking to your own family?" I needed professional advice. "I'm a real estate agent. Patrick's a financial advisor. We could have helped you." I took another sip of champagne, savoring the way the bubbles felt against my tongue. $5 million bought excellent champagne. "The same way you helped me when I lost my job?" I asked softly. "The same way you helped when I couldn't afford my blood pressure medication last fall?" She had the grace to look away. We were in a tight spot then. "We're all in tight spots sometimes, Vanessa. The difference is, I always made room for you in mine." The doorbell rang again. Through the frosted glass panel, I could see Michael's broad shoulders. "That'll be your brother," I said. "Right on time." Vanessa grabbed my arm as I moved to answer it. "Mom, please. We need to talk about this as a family. You can't just make decisions about this kind of money without consulting us." I gently removed her hand. "Actually, I can. And I have." When I opened the door, Michael stood there with Diane hovering behind him. His face, so like his father's, was flushed with emotion. "Is it true?" he demanded. "You won the lottery and didn't tell us?" "Come in, Michael," I said. "Would you like some champagne?" "I don't want champagne, Mom. I want to know what the hell is going on." I led them into the living room, with its faded couch and the water stain on the ceiling that Michael had promised to fix 2 years ago, but never had. They perched awkwardly on the furniture, these children of mine who had grown into strangers. "I won the Mega Millions on my birthday," I explained, settling into Robert's old recliner. "After taxes, it's about $5 million. $5 million, Michael repeated, his eyes wide.
Jesus Christ.
"And you didn't think to mention this to us?" Vanessa pressed. "Your own children?" "I was going to," I admitted. "At the dinner. I made Robert's mother's pot roast. I bought wine I couldn't afford. I was going to tell you that none of us would have to worry about money ever again." Their faces changed as they understood. "But then you called me a burden," I continued, looking directly at Vanessa. "And no one, not one person at that table, disagreed with you." "Mom, that's not fair," Michael protested. "It was an uncomfortable situation." "Uncomfortable," I repeated. "Try working double shifts with pneumonia so you could go to hockey camp. Try choosing between filling your father's pain prescriptions or paying the electric bill. Try being told you're worthless by the child you gave everything to. That's uncomfortable, Michael. Silence fell over the room. Outside, a car drove by, its headlights briefly illuminating their stricken faces. So, what now? Diane finally asked, always the practical one. What are you going to do with the money? I smiled. I'm going to live, Diane. For the first time in my life, I'm going to live without worrying about anyone but myself. What about us? Vanessa's voice was small now. What about the kids' college funds? What about them? I interrupted. You've made it very clear that my financial problems aren't your concern. Why should yours be mine? Because we're family, Michael exploded. That's what family does. Is it? I asked softly. Is family telling your mother to get a job when she's been looking for 8 months? Is family making her feel like a burden after she's spent her life making sure you never felt like one? They had no answer for that. The doorbell rang again. This time, it was Patrick, his normally smooth demeanor ruffled. Eleanor, he said stiffly when I opened the door. No, Mom. Not even Mrs. Campbell. Just Eleanor, like I was a business associate. We need to talk. Everyone seems to want to talk now, I observed, letting him in. How curious. When Patrick saw Vanessa and Michael already there, his expression darkened. You called them first? I didn't call anyone, I replied. They came on their own, just like you. Patrick joined the others in the living room, perching on the arm of the sofa next to Vanessa. I noticed he was wearing the expensive watch I'd seen him eyeing in the mall last Christmas, the one he bought himself after telling me he couldn't contribute to my heating bill repair because times were tight. Eleanor, he began in his financial advisor voice, I understand this is overwhelming. Sudden wealth can be disorienting, but making hasty decisions about this money would be a mistake. I've already made my decisions, Patrick. His smile was tight. With all due respect, you don't have experience managing this kind of wealth. My firm specializes in exactly this sort of situation. We could set up trusts for the grandchildren, investment portfolios, maybe even some real estate opportunities Vanessa has been eyeing. That sounds lovely, I said. But as I was just telling Vanessa and Michael, I've already engaged Mr. Goldstein to handle my affairs. Patrick's face reddened. Arthur Goldstein? The ambulance chaser? The highly respected elder law attorney, yes. Mom, be reasonable, Vanessa pleaded. Patrick deals with investments every day. He knows what he's doing. So does Mr. Goldstein, I replied. And he doesn't have a personal stake in my money. Patrick stood abruptly. If you're implying I would mishandle your funds. I'm not implying anything, Patrick. I'm stating a fact. You all see me as a burden. Why would I entrust my future to people who don't value me? This is ridiculous, Michael muttered. We're your family. Yes, you are, I agreed. Which is why what happened at dinner hurt so much. Vanessa moved to sit beside me, taking my hand in hers. Her palm was cool and dry against my skin. Mom, she said, her voice gentle in a way it hadn't been in years. I'm so sorry about what I said. I was stressed and took it out on you. That was wrong of me. For a moment, I almost believed her. The little girl who used to climb into my lap with skinned knees seemed to peer out from behind her carefully made-up face. We all love you, Michael added. You know that.
Did I?
Did I know that? The Eleanor of 3 weeks ago would have accepted their apologies, desperate for any crumb of affection.
But now?
If you loved me, I said slowly, you wouldn't have waited until I had something you wanted to show it. Vanessa's grip on my hand tightened. That's not fair. Life rarely is, I replied, gently extracting my fingers from hers. I've learned that the hard way. So that's it, Patrick demanded. You're just going to shut us out? After everything we've done for you? I looked at him curiously. What exactly have you done for me, Patrick?
He sputtered.
We've had you over for dinner. We've included you in holidays. Vanessa calls you every week. For 5 minutes, I corrected, to tell me about her successes and ask if I can babysit. Not once in the past year has she asked how I'm doing. Not once has she offered to help when I mentioned I was struggling. That's not true, Vanessa protested, but there were tears in her eyes now. She knew it was. I think you should all go home, I said, suddenly tired. It's been a long day. Mom, please, Michael began. I'm not changing my mind tonight, I told him. Maybe not ever. But right now, I need to be alone. They left reluctantly, throwing wounded glances over their shoulders as if they were the ones who had been betrayed. As I closed the door behind them, I caught a glimpse of Patrick whispering furiously to Vanessa on the front walk, his face tight with anger. I leaned against the door, my heart pounding. Had I done the right thing? The Eleanor of before would have given them everything, split the money equally, asked nothing in return, been pathetically grateful for whatever attention they deigned to give me afterward. But I wasn't that Eleanor anymore. My phone buzzed with a text. I expected it to be one of them, but instead, it was Gloria. Did you see the news? Called 3 times. Are you okay? Did you tell the kids yet? I smiled and texted back. They found out. Didn't go well. We'll call tomorrow. Her response was immediate. Remember what I told you. It's your money, your life. Don't let them guilt you. I carried my empty champagne glass to the kitchen, thinking about what came next. Mr. Goldstein had advised me to take some time before making any major decisions. Money doesn't change who you are, he'd said. But it does change how people see you. Be careful. I was being careful, perhaps for the first time in my life. The next morning, I woke to the sound of someone in my kitchen. For a moment, disoriented from sleep, I thought it was Robert, coming back from his early morning fishing trips with coffee already brewing. Then I remembered. Robert had been gone for 7 years now. I grabbed my robe and crept down the hallway. Had one of the kids come back with a key I didn't know they had? When I peered around the corner, I found Vanessa at my kitchen table, dressed immaculately as always, a bakery box open in front of her. Morning, Mom, she said brightly. I brought those almond croissants you love from Bellamy's. Bellamy's was the expensive French bakery downtown, the one where a single pastry cost more than I usually spent on bread for a week. How did you get in? I asked, clutching my worn robe closed. I was suddenly conscious of its frayed edges, the coffee stain on the sleeve that never quite came out. I have the spare key you gave me for emergencies, remember? She pushed the box toward me.
Come sit.
I made coffee too. I remained in the doorway. This isn't an emergency, Vanessa. I thought we could talk. Just us, she said, her smile faltering slightly. Like we used to. When had we last had a real conversation? Before Patrick, certainly. Before she'd started climbing the social ladder of Pine Creek and found her mother an inconvenient rung. Cautiously, I sat across from her. The croissants did smell divine. I've been thinking about what you said last night, she began, sliding a mug of coffee toward me. And you're right. I haven't been the daughter you deserve, Vanessa. No, please let me finish, she insisted. When Dad died, I was so focused on my own grief that I never really thought about what you were going through. Losing the love of your life and having to keep going on your own. This was unexpected. Vanessa rarely mentioned Robert, and when she did, it was usually to compare Patrick unfavorably to him. Then when you lost your job, she continued, looking down at her perfectly manicured nails. I should have helped more. I was just so caught up in my own life, in trying to make partner at the agency, in keeping up with Patrick's colleagues' wives. I understand ambition, I said carefully. I've never begrudged you your success. But I've begrudged you your struggles, she admitted quietly, because they reminded me of where I came from, of who I was before the Oakwood house and the country club membership. There was something in her voice, a vulnerability I hadn't heard in years, that made me reach for a croissant. As I took a bite, the rich, buttery layers melted on my tongue. These are wonderful, I murmured. She smiled, looking relieved. I remember you pointing them out in the window once. You said they reminded you of the pastries you had on your honeymoon in that little town in Vermont. You remembered that? I remember a lot of things, Mom. She reached across the table to touch my hand, including how to recognize when my mother is hurting. I was cruel at dinner. Unforgivably cruel. I said nothing, waiting. Patrick and I have been fighting, she confessed, her voice dropping. His firm isn't just downsizing, he's been passed over for promotion twice. He's drinking too much. Spending money. We don't have to keep up appearances. This was news to me. Vanessa had always painted their life as perfect. I was scared and angry, and I took it out on you, she continued. It was easier to blame you than to face what's happening in my own home. I'm sorry you're going through that, I said and meant it. Whatever my feelings about Patrick, Vanessa's pain still mattered to me. The thing is, she said, her eyes meeting mine, even before the lottery, you were never a burden. You were the strongest person I knew. The strongest person I know. Something warm unfurled in my chest, but I tamped it down. How many times had I forgiven them, only to be hurt again? The money doesn't change anything between us, I said. It just revealed what was already there. I know, she whispered, and I hate what it revealed about me. A tear slipped down her cheek. Vanessa, who prided herself on never crying, not even at her father's funeral. I don't want your money, Mom, she said. I mean, I'm human. Of course, part of me thought about what it could do for us. But what I really want is a chance to be your daughter again. A real daughter, not whatever I've been these past few years. I wanted to believe her. God, how I wanted to. But years of disappointment had taught me caution. I appreciate you coming by, I said, my voice gentler than I'd intended. And the croissants. She recognized the deflection for what it was. You don't believe me. I want to, I admitted. But trust takes time to rebuild. She nodded, looking down at her coffee. I understand. I do. Then she reached into her purse and pulled out an envelope. I want you to have this. I took it warily. Inside was a check for $800. That's the money you gave us for the heating repair, she explained. With interest. Vanessa, you don't need to. Yes, I do, she insisted. It's a start. A small one, but a start. As I stared at the check, the doorbell rang. Through the kitchen window, I could see a delivery van in my driveway. Expecting something? Vanessa asked. I wasn't. When I opened the front door, a young man stood there with a massive bouquet of lilies and roses. Eleanor Campbell, he asked. That's me. These are for you. He handed me the arrangement, easily the most extravagant I'd ever received. And this. He passed me a small gift bag before heading back to his van. Inside the kitchen, Vanessa was staring at the flowers with wide eyes. Secret admirer? She asked. I found the card nestled among the blooms. Congratulations on your good fortune, I read aloud. I always knew you were a lucky lady. Dinner tomorrow night? Jack. Vanessa repeated. Jack Wilson? From the community center? Jack Wilson was the volunteer coordinator at the center where I taught English classes. A widower in his late 60s with kind eyes and a penchant for terrible jokes. We'd had coffee together a few times, but I'd always declined his dinner invitations, claiming I couldn't afford to eat out. I think so, I murmured, opening the gift bag. Inside was a small velvet box. When I opened it, I found a delicate silver bracelet with a single charm, a 4-leaf clover. Wow, Vanessa said, a hint of something like respect in her voice. He moves fast. It's just a congratulatory gift, I protested, but I could feel a blush rising in my cheeks. Uh-huh. Vanessa smiled, a real smile, not the tight one she used at her real estate functions. You should go. Get dressed up. Enjoy being wined and dined by a silver fox. I laughed despite myself. Vanessa. What? I have eyes. He's handsome. The moment felt normal, like we were just a mother and daughter sharing a joke, the way we used to. Then Vanessa's phone rang. She glanced at it and her expression clouded. It's Patrick. I should take this. She stepped into the living room, her voice dropping to a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but her tone was tense. When she returned, her smile was forced. I have to go. Client emergency. Of course, I said, knowing it wasn't a client. She hesitated at the door. Think about what I said, okay? About us. I nodded. I will. After she left, I put the flowers in water. their sweet scent filling my small kitchen. The bracelet I set aside, unsure if I should accept such a gift. Then I noticed something on the table. Vanessa had left her phone. I picked it up, intending to call her, when it buzzed with a text message. The preview appeared on the screen before I could look away. Patrick. Did she buy it? How much is she giving us? My hand trembled as I set the phone back down.
So it had all been an act.
The tears, the confession, the apology, all designed to manipulate me into sharing my newfound wealth. I sank into a chair, the pain sharper than I'd expected. Even knowing what Vanessa had become, some part of me had wanted to believe she could change. That somewhere inside the status-obsessed woman was the little girl who used to curl up in my lap with storybooks. The doorbell rang again. When I answered it, Vanessa stood there, breathless. "Forgot my phone," she said. "Can't believe I did that. I'm so scatterbrained lately." I handed it to her silently. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Patrick texted," I said flatly. I saw it. The color drained from her face. "Mom, I can explain. Did he tell you to come here? To put on this whole performance?" My voice shook with anger. The croissants, the tears, the personal revelations. Was it all just to get my money?
No.
I mean, yes, he wanted me to talk to you, but what I said was true. About wanting to be a better daughter. And about not wanting my money? Was that true too? She looked away. "It's complicated."
It's really not, I said.
"Get out. Mom, please. Get out," I shouted. My voice so loud it startled both of us. I couldn't remember the last time I'd raised my voice. "Get out of my house." She backed away, tears, real ones this time, streaming down her face. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." After she was gone, I stood in my entryway, shaking. The pain was physical, a knife twisting in my gut. All those years of sacrifice, of putting them first, of giving until there was nothing left to give. And this was what it had come to. My own daughter plotting to manipulate me. I walked back to the kitchen and stared at the flowers Jack had sent. Their beauty seemed to mock me now. What would he think if he knew the truth about my family? Would he still want to have dinner with a woman whose own children saw her as nothing but a meal ticket? My phone rang, Michael this time. I let it go to voicemail. Then Patrick. Then Vanessa again. I turned it off. Instead, I picked up the silver bracelet, running my fingers over the clover charm. Luck. Such a strange concept. Was I lucky to have won the lottery, only to discover how little my children valued me? Or was I lucky to have discovered it now, before I gave them everything I had again? I clasped the bracelet around my wrist, its weight unfamiliar, but not unpleasant. Then I went to my bedroom and opened the closet, pushing aside the sensible, worn clothes I'd accumulated over years of careful budgeting. In the back, preserved in plastic, was a dress I'd bought for Robert's retirement party, the party he never lived to see. Navy blue with a beaded neckline, classic enough that it hadn't gone out of style. Tomorrow, I decided I would wear it to dinner with Jack. I would sit across from a man who had sent me flowers just because something good had happened to me, not because he wanted something from me. I would order whatever I wanted from the menu without checking the prices first. I would drink wine and laugh and remember what it felt like to be Eleanor Campbell, a woman, not just a mother, not just a widow, not just a burden. But tonight, I had one more thing to do. I went to my small home office and took out the folder Mr. Goldstein had given me. Inside were the papers for the trust he'd established, the Eleanor Campbell Living Trust. He'd explained that it would protect my assets and provide for my future, with provisions for distributing my wealth after my death. I'd left those provisions blank, assuming I would split everything equally between Vanessa and Michael. Now, I picked up a pen and began to write. First, I designated the women's shelter where I'd volunteered after Robert's death to receive $1 million, enough to build the new wing they'd been fundraising for years. Next, I allocated funds for the community center's ESL program, ensuring that immigrants like my students would have resources for generations to come. Then I created educational trusts for Emma and Tyler, my grandchildren who had sat silently at that dinner table. They would have money for college, but not until they were 25. Old enough, I hoped, to have developed the compassion their parents lacked. As for Vanessa and Michael, I left them each exactly $800. The same amount Vanessa had so begrudgingly given me when my heating went out. The same amount she'd now returned, thinking it would buy my forgiveness. I signed the papers with a steady hand, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. For once in my life, I wasn't putting everyone else first. I was choosing myself. The next morning, I woke to pounding on my door. When I peered through the peephole, I saw Michael, his face tight with anger.
Mom.
Open up. I know you're in there. I considered ignoring him, but that wasn't who I was. I'd never been a coward, even when life had given me every reason to retreat. Good morning, Michael, I said calmly, opening the door. He pushed past me into the house, his large frame seeming to fill the entryway. Vanessa told me what happened. How could you treat her that way? How could I treat her that way? I repeated incredulously. After she came here under false pretenses, pretending to apologize while actually trying to get my money? She was trying to make things right by lying to me, by scheming with Patrick to manipulate me. Michael ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so like his father it made my heart ache momentarily. Look, Vanessa didn't handle it well, he conceded. But you have to understand, Mom. Patrick's in trouble. What kind of trouble? I asked warily. Michael glanced away. Financial trouble. Bad investments. Loans that are coming due. And that's my problem because they're family, Michael exploded. Your daughter, your son-in-law, your grandchildren. Don't you care what happens to them? Of course I care, I said. But do you really think giving Patrick money would solve the problem? Or would it just enable him to make the same mistakes again? Michael had no answer for that. Why are you really here, Michael? I asked. Is it because you're concerned about your sister? Or because you're worried about your own share? His silence told me everything. That's what I thought, I said quietly. You can tell Vanessa that I've made my decision about the money. The papers are signed. What decision? Michael's voice was suddenly sharp. What did you do? What I should have done years ago, I replied. I put myself first. He took a step toward me, his face darkening. What does that mean? Are you cutting us out? For the first time, I felt a flicker of fear. I'd never seen my son look at me this way, like I was an obstacle to be removed. It means the money is mine, Michael. I've decided how it will be used, with Mr. Goldstein's help. That slimy lawyer, Michael spat. I bet he's taking a nice cut, isn't he? Preying on a vulnerable old woman who doesn't know any better. I'm not vulnerable and I'm not stupid, I said, drawing myself up to my full height, which still only reached his shoulder. I know exactly what I'm doing. Do you? He challenged. Do you know that Patrick is talking about suing you? That he's been looking into ways to declare you mentally incompetent? The shock must have shown on my face. Yeah, that got your attention, Michael continued. He's serious, Mom. He says you've been acting erratically, that the sudden wealth has affected your judgment. That's ridiculous, I said, but my voice wavered. No court would take him seriously. Maybe not. But do you really want to spend your golden years fighting legal battles against your own family? Is that what Dad would have wanted? The mention of Robert hit me like a physical blow. Michael knew exactly what he was doing, invoking his father's memory. Your father would be ashamed of you, I whispered. Both of you. Michael flinched as if I'd slapped him. You don't mean that. Don't I? Do you think Robert would recognize what you've become? What Vanessa has become? The children we raised would never have treated their mother this way. We're trying to protect you. From what? From myself? Or from making decisions you don't like? He had no answer for that either. I think you should leave, I said. Mom. Now, Michael. Before one of us says something we can't take back. After he left, I called Mr. Goldstein. His secretary put me through immediately, a new experience for me, being treated as a priority. Mrs. Campbell, he greeted me warmly. How are you today? Not well, Arthur, I admitted, using his first name for the first time. My son just told me that my son-in-law is considering legal action against me. Something about declaring me incompetent. There was a pause.
I see.
I was afraid this might happen. Can you do it? Legally? He can try, Arthur said carefully. But it would be very difficult to prove. You're clearly of sound mind, Mrs. Campbell. You live independently, manage your own affairs, volunteer in the community. There's no evidence of cognitive decline. But the attempt itself would be awful, I said. Public. Humiliating. Yes, he agreed. It would. I thought about it for a long moment. What are my options? Well, the trust is already established. That offers significant protection. But if you're concerned about them challenging your mental competency, we could arrange for a formal psychiatric evaluation. Create a record that clearly establishes your capacity. And then, he hesitated. Mrs. Campbell, Eleanor, may I speak frankly? Please. In my 40 years of practice, I've seen wealth tear apart many families. But usually there were cracks already there. Money just widens them. The cracks were there, I acknowledged. I just didn't want to see them. From what you've told me, your children, particularly your son-in-law, are desperate. Desperate people can be dangerous. A chill ran through me. You think they would harm me? No, he quickly reassured me. Not physically. But they might harm your reputation, your peace of mind, your standing in the community. They might make your life very unpleasant for a while. I thought about Patrick's ambition, his pride, about Vanessa's desperation to maintain appearances, about Michael's newfound aggression. What would you do? I asked. If you were me? Arthur was silent for a moment. I would consider removing myself from the situation temporarily. Give everyone some time to cool down. Perhaps take a trip. A trip? When was the last time I'd traveled anywhere? A weekend to visit Gloria in Arizona 3 years ago, staying in her guest room to save on hotel costs. That might be a good idea, I said slowly. I have a colleague with a vacation home in the Berkshires, Arthur offered. Very private. Comfortable. He often loans it to clients who need some distance from difficult situations. I couldn't impose. It's not an imposition, he assured me. In fact, he keeps it available specifically for circumstances like these. The legal community sees these situations more often than you might think. After we hung up, I sat in my kitchen, staring at the now wilting flowers Jack had sent. I'd canceled our dinner, too shaken by the confrontations with my children to enjoy an evening out. Was I really considering running away? Hiding from my own family? No, I decided. Not running away. Strategic retreat. There was a difference. I picked up the phone and called Jack. Eleanor, he answered, his voice warm. I was just thinking about you. Were you? I couldn't help smiling. Indeed. I was wondering if I might persuade you to reschedule our dinner. Actually, that's why I'm calling, I said. But I'd like to suggest something a bit different. How do you feel about the Berkshires? There was a pause, then a chuckle. The Berkshires? As in Massachusetts. I've been offered the use of a house there, I explained. I need to get away for a while. Clear my head. Ah, he said, understanding in his voice. Family complications? You could say that. And you'd like company? I hadn't realized that was what I wanted until he said it. Yes, I admitted. I would. Just as friends, I added hastily. Separate rooms, of course. Of course, he agreed, though I could hear the smile in his voice. When do we leave? 2 days later, I packed a small suitcase, realizing with some sadness how few nice things I owned, and left a note taped to my front door. Away on vacation. Please respect my privacy. Jack picked me up in his sensible Subaru, looking dapper in a light jacket and crisp shirt. Ready for our adventure? He asked, opening the passenger door for me. As I'll ever be, I replied. As we drove away from Pine Creek, I felt a strange mixture of guilt and liberation. I'd never done anything like this before, spontaneously left town with a man I barely knew, stayed in a luxury vacation home, all while avoiding my own children. But then I remembered Patrick's threats, Vanessa's lies, Michael's anger, the way they'd all suddenly appeared in my life when there was something to be gained. No, I decided as the town receded in the rearview mirror. I wasn't running away. I was finally, after 65 years, running toward something. Toward a life that was mine alone. The Berkshires house turned out to be a beautiful modernist structure nestled among towering pines, with floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over a pristine lake. It was the kind of place I'd seen in magazines but never imagined staying in. "This is overwhelming," I murmured as we entered the spacious living room. "Good overwhelming?" Jack asked, setting our bags down. "I think so." I ran my hand along the sleek kitchen counter, marveling at its cool smoothness. "I've never stayed anywhere like this." "Neither have I," Jack admitted. "My late wife, Helen, and I were more the camping type. She would have thought this place was ridiculously pretentious." "Robert would have too," I said, smiling at the memory. "He used to say fancy hotels were just paying too much for a place to sleep. Sounds like a sensible man."
He was.
At the end, anyway. Jack raised an eyebrow but didn't press. Instead, he gestured to the 2-bedroom suites at opposite ends of the house. "As promised, separate accommodations. I'll take the one on the left if that's all right with you." "Perfect," I said, grateful for his understanding. That evening, we cooked dinner together in the gourmet kitchen, a simple pasta dish that filled the house with the scent of garlic and basil. We ate on the deck, watching the sunset turn the lake to liquid gold, and shared a bottle of wine that Jack had brought along. "So," he said after we'd settled into a comfortable silence, "are you going to tell me what we're running from?" I looked at him sharply. "What makes you think we're running?" "Eleanor," he said gently. "I've known you for 2 years. You teach English to immigrants 3 times a week, volunteer at the food bank on Saturdays, and have never missed a community center fundraiser. You don't suddenly take off to a luxury house in another state without a compelling reason." Put like that, it did sound suspicious. "It's complicated," I hedged. "I'm good with complicated," he replied, refilling my wine glass. "I was a high school principal for 30 years. Complicated was my bread and butter." So I told him about the lottery win, about the dinner, about Vanessa's cruel words and the family's subsequent attempts to get their hands on my money, about Patrick's threats and Arthur's advice. Jack listened without interrupting, his kind face reflecting shock, then anger, then sympathy. "I'm so sorry," he said when I finished. "No parent should have to experience that kind of betrayal. The worst part is, I keep asking myself if I did something wrong," I confessed. "If I failed them somehow as a mother." "Eleanor Campbell," Jack said firmly, "I've watched you with your ESL students. The patience, the kindness, the genuine care you show. Anyone would be lucky to have you as a mother. Then why do my own children see me as nothing but a burden? A means to an end?" He shook his head. "That's not a reflection on you. It's a reflection on them and the values they've chosen to embrace." "But I raised them. Doesn't that make their values my responsibility?" "We raise our children, but we don't control who they become," Jack said. "My son is a doctor with Doctors Without Borders. My daughter sells timeshares in Boca Raton and hasn't spoken to me in 8 years because I refuse to invest in her third husband's cryptocurrency scheme." "Oh, Jack," I said, reaching across the table to touch his hand. "I didn't know." "Same parents, same upbringing, wildly different outcomes," he continued. "At some point, they make their own choices, and we have to make peace with that." We sat in silence for a while, the weight of our shared parental disappointments hanging between us. "What will you do now?" he finally asked. "I don't know," I admitted. "Part of me wants to stand my ground, but another part is just tired. Tired of fighting for basic respect from people who should love me unconditionally." "What does your heart tell you?" I considered the question. "That I deserve better. That after a lifetime of giving, it's not selfish to want something for myself." He smiled. "I think your heart is very wise." We spent the next few days exploring the area, visiting small towns with charming main streets, hiking gentle trails through forests bursting with early summer green. Each night, we cooked together and talked for hours, discovering a surprising number of shared interests and complementary differences. On our 4th evening, as we sat on the deck watching fireflies blink over the lake, my phone rang. I'd kept it off most of the time, checking messages only once a day, but I'd forgotten to silence it after my afternoon check-in. Vanessa's name flashed on the screen. "You don't have to answer," Jack said, noticing my expression. I hesitated, then hit decline. "No, I don't." "Good for you," he said softly. But a moment later, the phone rang again. And again. On the fourth call, a sense of dread crept over me. "Maybe something's wrong," I said, reaching for it. "Eleanor," Jack began, but I was already answering. "Vanessa? What is it? Mom? Oh, thank God." Her voice was frantic. "Where are you? I've been calling for days." I left a note. "I'm on vacation." "Vacation? You just disappeared without telling anyone." "We've been worried sick." The genuine fear in her voice gave me pause. "I'm fine, Vanessa. I just needed some time away." "Away where? With who?" "Mom, this isn't like you." "Maybe the old me," I said. "But things have changed." There was a pause, then her voice dropped. "Patrick's furious, Mom. He's saying you've lost your mind, running off like this. He's been talking to lawyers." So Michael mentioned. "You don't understand. He's serious. He's gathering evidence." A chill ran down my spine. "Evidence of what?" "That you're unstable, erratic. He says your behavior since winning the lottery proves you can't manage your affairs." "That's ridiculous," I said, though the words lacked conviction. Would others see it that way? A 65-year-old widow suddenly winning millions, then disappearing with a man? "Where are you?" Vanessa pressed. "Just tell me you're safe." "I'm in the Berkshires," I said before I could stop myself. "With a friend." "A friend? What friend?" "Jack Wilson. From the community center." There was a loaded silence. "You're on vacation with a man? A man none of us have met." Put like that, it did sound strange. Reckless, even. "It's not what you're thinking," I said. "We're just friends." "Mom, come home," Vanessa pleaded. "Before this gets worse. Before Patrick does something we'll all regret." "Is that a threat?" "It's a warning," she said. "From your daughter, who, despite everything, doesn't want to see you hurt." After we hung up, I sat staring at the phone, a sick feeling in my stomach. "Everything all right?" Jack asked. I shook my head. "Patrick's building a case against me, trying to have me declared incompetent." Jack's expression hardened. "Based on what?" "Apparently, winning the lottery and then taking a vacation with a male friend is evidence of mental instability," I said, attempting a joke that fell flat. "That's absurd," he said firmly. "You're one of the most level-headed people I know." "Am I? I'm starting to wonder. A sane person wouldn't be hiding from her own children." "You're not hiding," Jack corrected. "You're setting boundaries. There's a difference." But doubt had crept in, poisoning the peace I'd found in our brief escape. "Maybe I should go back," I said. "Face this head-on." "If that's what you want," Jack said carefully. "But don't go back because you're afraid. Fear is a terrible basis for decisions." I looked at him, this kind, patient man who had asked for nothing from me, who had accompanied me on this strange journey without question. "What would you do?" I asked. He considered the question seriously. "I'd consult my lawyer again. Find out exactly what legal standing Patrick might have and how to counter it. Then I'd decide my next move from a position of knowledge, not fear." It was sound advice. I called Arthur the next morning. "I've been expecting your call," he said when his secretary put me through. "Your daughter has been quite persistent." "She found me," I said. "And she says Patrick is building a case against me." "So I've heard," Arthur replied, his tone dry. "He's contacted our office, demanding information about your mental state at the time you established the trust. And I informed him that such information is privileged and that, in my professional opinion, you were entirely competent to make financial decisions." Relief flooded through me. "Thank you. However," Arthur continued, "I'm concerned about this situation escalating, particularly with you out of town with a companion." I felt my face flush. "Jack is a friend. We're staying in separate rooms." "I understand," Arthur said diplomatically. but Patrick may try to paint a different picture. What do you suggest? I think it's time to be proactive rather than reactive. I'd like to schedule a formal psychiatric evaluation for you with Dr. Eleanor Mason. She's highly respected in elder law cases. Her assessment would effectively counter any claims Patrick might make. And if she finds I am unstable? I asked, only half joking. Eleanor, Arthur said gently, we both know you're of sound mind. This is just a formality to protect you from baseless accusations. When? The sooner the better. Can you return to Pine Creek tomorrow? I looked out at the lake, at the peaceful scene that had offered such brief respite. Yes, I said. I'll be there. That evening, Jack and I had our last dinner on the deck. The sunset seemed especially vivid, as if nature were putting on a farewell show just for us. I wish we didn't have to leave, I admitted, swirling the last of my wine. We could stay, Jack suggested. Tell them all to go to hell. I laughed, surprised by the uncharacteristic bluntness. That doesn't sound like the measured former principal I've come to know. His eyes, when they met mine, were serious. Sometimes, Eleanor, the measured response isn't the right one. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. What are you saying? He set his glass down. I'm saying that your children, or at least your son-in-law, have declared war on you. Trying to have you declared incompetent isn't a small thing. It's a nuclear option. I know, I said quietly. So maybe it's time to consider your own nuclear options. I stared at him. Like what? Like going public, he said. Tell your story. Mother wins millions, children try to take it all. The media would love it. I couldn't, I gasped. That would destroy them. Would it? Or would it simply hold them accountable? I shook my head. They're still my children, Jack. Despite everything. He nodded, respecting my position even if he didn't agree. Then we fight this the legal way. All the way. We, I echoed. He reached across the table to take my hand. If you'll let me, I'd like to be by your side through this. As a friend, as moral support, as whatever you need. Looking into his kind eyes, I felt something I hadn't experienced in years, the flutter of possibility. Not just for justice or vindication, but for a future that held more than loneliness. I'd like that very much, I said softly. The next morning, as we packed the car for our return to Pine Creek, my phone rang again. It was a number I didn't recognize. Mrs. Campbell? A woman's voice asked when I answered. Yes, this is she. This is Nurse Reyes from Pine Creek Memorial Hospital. I'm calling about your daughter, Vanessa Mitchell. My heart stopped. What about her? She's been admitted following a car accident. She's asking for you. The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. Is she? How badly is she hurt? I can't give details over the phone, but she's in stable condition. However, she's quite distressed and has been asking for you repeatedly. I'll be there as soon as I can, I promised. As Jack drove us back to Pine Creek, faster than strictly legal, my mind raced with terrible possibilities. Had Vanessa been drinking? Was she so upset about our situation that she'd been driving recklessly? Was this somehow my fault? It's not your fault, Jack said, as if reading my thoughts. Whatever happened, you didn't cause it. But if I hadn't left, then Patrick would still be trying to have you declared incompetent, and Vanessa would still be caught in the middle, he said firmly. You can't take responsibility for other people's actions. When we reached the hospital, I rushed to the information desk, my heart pounding. I'm here for Vanessa Mitchell. I'm her mother. The receptionist directed me to the third floor. As the elevator climbed, I prepared myself for the worst. Vanessa broken and bandaged, clinging to life. But when I reached her room, I found her sitting up in bed, a small bandage on her forehead and her arm in a sling, but otherwise intact. Mom, she cried when she saw me. You came? Of course I came, I said, rushing to her side. What happened? I was upset after our call, she explained, her eyes filling with tears. I was driving too fast, trying to get to Patrick's office to tell him to stop what he was doing. I took a curve too quickly and hit a guardrail. Relief made my knees weak. I sank into the chair beside her bed. But you're okay? Broken collarbone, Mild concussion, lots of bruising, she said. Could have been much worse. I took her uninjured hand in mine. I was so worried. I'm sorry, she whispered. For everything. For a moment, I was back in the kitchen with her fake apology over almond croissants. But something in her eyes was different now, a raw vulnerability I hadn't seen since she was a child. The accident, she continued, it made me realize what really matters.
I almost died, Mom.
And all I could think about was how I'd never get to make things right with you. Vanessa. No, please let me finish, she insisted. You were right about Patrick. About everything. He's not who I thought he was. When I told him I was going to talk to you, to try to make peace, he said some terrible things. My blood ran cold. What things? She looked away. He said I was weak, that I was throwing away our chance at financial security because I was too sentimental, that if I couldn't handle what needed to be done, he'd do it without me. What needed to be done? The competency hearing, she admitted. He's been gathering evidence for weeks, talking to neighbors about how you've been acting differently. Even went to the bank to get records of unusual withdrawals. That's disturbing, I said, choosing my words carefully. It's worse than that, Mom, she said, meeting my eyes. I think he might. I think he'd do anything to get that money. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean, anything? She glanced toward the door, then lowered her voice. Last night, I found him in his office, talking to someone on the phone. He didn't know I was there. He was saying something about making it look natural, and accidents happen all the time to people her age. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Surely, she was misinterpreting. Surely Patrick, for all his faults, wasn't planning. I confronted him, Vanessa continued, her voice shaking. He said I was being paranoid, that he was talking about a client's insurance claim. But the way he looked at me, Mom, I was scared. That's why I was driving to his office today. I was going to tell him I wanted a divorce. Oh, Vanessa, I whispered, squeezing her hand. I know you probably don't believe me, she said, after everything. But I swear I'm telling the truth. Looking into her frightened eyes, I did believe her. The realization was like ice water in my veins. Patrick had always been ambitious, calculated. But this? Have you told the police? I asked. She shook her head. Tell them what? That I overheard half a conversation? That I have a feeling my husband might be planning something terrible? They'd think I was hysterical. Or worse, that I was trying to deflect from my own attempts to get your money. She was right. Without proof, it was just an accusation. And given the family drama of the past weeks, it would look suspiciously like another manipulation. What do we do? I asked, realizing as I said it that I was including Vanessa in we for the first time since this ordeal began. I don't know, she admitted. But I'm scared, Mom. Not just for you, but for Emma and Tyler too. Patrick's been different lately. Angry. Unpredictable. A knock at the door interrupted us. Jack stood there, a vase of flowers in his hands. I hope I'm not intruding, he said. I wanted to check on both of you. Jack, this is my daughter, Vanessa, I said. Vanessa, this is Jack Wilson. Vanessa's eyes widened slightly as she took in the man her mother had been vacationing with. It's nice to meet you, she said, her tone guarded. Likewise, though I wish it were under better circumstances, Jack replied, setting the flowers on the bedside table. How are you feeling? I've been better, she admitted. Jack turned to me. Eleanor, the nurse said visiting hours end soon. I'll be in the cafeteria whenever you're ready. After he left, Vanessa gave me a look. So that's Jack. Yes. He seems nice. He is. She hesitated. Are you two? Friends, I said firmly. Good friends. She nodded, accepting this. Mom, about what I said about Patrick. What should we do? I thought about it carefully. If Patrick truly was planning something sinister, going to the police without evidence might make things worse. But doing nothing wasn't an option either. We need proof, I decided. Something concrete that shows his intentions. Like what? I'm not sure yet, I admitted. But I think it's time I stopped running and faced this head-on. Vanessa's eyes filled with tears. "I'm so sorry I got you into this mess." "You didn't," I said gently. "Life did.
Money did.
But we're going to fix it. Together." As I left the hospital room, I felt a strange mix of terror and determination. If Patrick was truly planning to harm me for my money, then everything had changed. This wasn't just about family dysfunction anymore, it was about survival. Jack was waiting in the cafeteria, a cup of coffee cooling in front of him. When he saw my face, he stood immediately. "What is it?" he asked. "What's happened?" I took a deep breath. "I need your help, and I need to call Arthur. Things have just gotten much worse. I think my son-in-law is planning to kill me for my lottery winnings." The words hung in the air of Arthur Goldstein's office. Outside the window, Pine Creek continued its normal Tuesday morning routine. Mail carriers delivering letters, shopkeepers sweeping sidewalks, parents walking children to school. None of them aware that in this tasteful office with its leather-bound law books and discreet awards, I was discussing my possible murder. Arthur's bushy eyebrows shot up, but to his credit, his voice remained steady. "That's an extremely serious accusation, Eleanor. What evidence do you have?" I glanced at Jack, who sat beside me, his presence a steady comfort. We'd come directly to Arthur's office after leaving the hospital, stopping only long enough to pick up coffee and pastries from the bakery across the street, fuel for what promised to be a difficult conversation. "My daughter overheard Patrick on the phone," I explained. "He was discussing making something look natural and mentioned how accidents happen all the time to people her age." "I see," Arthur said, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "And you believe this conversation was about you?" "Given the timing and circumstances, yes. Patrick has already threatened to have me declared incompetent. When that didn't seem to be working, it appears he's considering other options." Arthur turned to Jack. "And you, Mr. Wilson? What's your assessment?" Jack shifted in his chair. "I only know what Eleanor has told me, but I've observed Patrick's behavior at a distance. He strikes me as a man who believes he's entitled to certain things and becomes unpredictable when denied them." "Unpredictable," Arthur repeated. "That's a diplomatic way of putting it." "I'm trying to be fair," Jack said. "I've never liked the man, but disliking someone is a far cry from accusing them of plotting murder." Arthur nodded, then turned back to me. "Eleanor, we need to tread very carefully here. Without concrete evidence, accusing Patrick could backfire spectacularly. It could lend credence to his claims about your mental state." "I know," I said, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. "That's why I came to you before going to the police. I need advice on how to proceed." Arthur leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "First, we need to ensure your immediate safety. Is there somewhere you can stay? Somewhere Patrick wouldn't think to look?" "She can stay with me," Jack offered immediately. "My house is on the other side of town. Patrick doesn't know me." I shook my head. That would only fuel his competency claims. A widow running off to live with a man she barely knows. "You have a point," Arthur conceded. "What about your friend in Arizona? Gloria, was it?"
Possibly, I said.
"But I don't want to run again. That feels like letting him win." "This isn't about winning, Eleanor," Arthur said gently. "It's about staying alive." A chill ran through me at his blunt assessment. Until now, part of me had been treating this as theoretical, a soap opera plot rather than my actual life. "What if?" Jack began, then hesitated. "What if we set a trap?" Both Arthur and I turned to him. "A trap?" Arthur repeated. "If Patrick is indeed planning something, he'll need to act soon," Jack explained. "The longer he waits, the more chance you have of changing your will or spending the money. What if we give him an opportunity, but one where we're in control?" "You want to use Eleanor as bait?" Arthur asked, his tone disapproving. "Not exactly," Jack said. "But if we could create a situation where Patrick reveals his intentions, perhaps thinking he's speaking privately, but actually being recorded." "That's entrapment," Arthur objected. "Not if we do it right," Jack countered. "We're not law enforcement. We're private citizens gathering evidence of a potential crime." I watched them debate, my mind racing. Jack's plan was risky, but it offered something concrete. a path forward instead of running away. What exactly did you have in mind? I asked Jack. He turned to me, his eyes serious. We let it be known that you're making changes to your will, that you've decided to include Patrick and Vanessa after all, but only if certain conditions are met. We make it seem like there's a specific meeting where this will happen, a meeting that Patrick would have every reason to want to prevent. And we record everything. I finished understanding his plan. It's dangerous, Arthur warned. If Patrick is truly planning violence, then he'll do it whether I'm prepared or not. I interrupted. At least this way, I have some control over the situation. Arthur looked troubled, but he didn't immediately dismiss the idea. If, and I stress if, we were to attempt something like this, we would need to involve law enforcement. Discreetly. I have a contact, Jack said. A former student who's now a detective with Pine Creek PD, Thomas Reeves.
He's solid.
Trustworthy. Arthur and I both looked at Jack with surprise. What? He asked. You don't spend 30 years as a high school principal without making some useful connections. For the first time that morning, I felt a small flicker of hope. So we have a lawyer, a former principal with police connections, and a lottery winner with a target on her back. Sounds like the beginning of a bad joke. Or a good plan, Jack said, squeezing my hand. Arthur sighed. I want to go on record as saying I have serious reservations. But if you're determined to do this, Eleanor, I'll help ensure it's done as safely as possible. I am determined, I said. I've spent my life avoiding confrontation, taking the path of least resistance. Look where it's gotten me. Very well, Arthur said. Let me make some calls. In the meantime, both of you should act normally. Go home, Eleanor. Don't do anything that might tip Patrick off that you suspect him. I'll go back to my place too, Jack said. But I'll check in regularly. Be discreet, Arthur warned. Patrick may be watching both of you now. The thought sent another chill through me. How had my life come to this? Just weeks ago, I was an invisible widow, struggling to make ends meet. Now I was the center of a plot worthy of the crime novels Robert used to read. As we left Arthur's office, Jack walked me to my car. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. It's not too late to reconsider. I looked up at him, this kind man who had appeared in my life at precisely the moment I needed him. I'm sure. I'm tired of being the victim in this story, Jack. It's time I took control of the narrative. He smiled, though his eyes remained worried. Just promise me you'll be careful. No heroics. Promise, I said. I'm too old for heroics anyway. But as I drove home, I wondered if that was true. Wasn't this entire plan a form of heroics? An aging widow facing down a potential killer to protect herself and her grandchildren? When I pulled into my driveway, I was surprised to see Michael sitting on my front steps. His shoulders were hunched, his expression troubled. He stood as I approached. Mom, he said, his voice rough. We need to talk. I tensed, Arthur's warnings fresh in my mind. Was Michael part of Patrick's plan? Had he come to gauge my suspicions or, worse, to execute the plan himself? I was just at the hospital, he continued when I didn't immediately respond. Vanessa told me everything. Everything. I echoed, my hand tightening around my car keys. They could be a weapon if needed. About Patrick, he clarified. About what she overheard. About what he might be planning. I studied my son's face, looking for deceit. But all I saw was fear and what appeared to be genuine concern. You believe her? I asked cautiously. Michael ran a hand through his hair, that gesture so like his father's. I didn't want to, but yes, I do. Patrick's been acting strange lately, asking questions about your routine, your medications. I thought he was just gathering information for the competency hearing, but now I'm not so sure. I hesitated, still wary. Why are you here, Michael?
To warn you, he said simply.
And to apologize. I've been a terrible son these past few years. I got caught up in my own life, my own problems. I forgot what you taught us about family, about loyalty. His words sounded sincere, but I'd been fooled by Vanessa's performance just days ago. Could I trust Michael now? I appreciate the warning, I said carefully. and the apology. But I need time, Michael. Trust isn't rebuilt in a day. He nodded, looking pained but accepting. I understand. Just be careful, Mom. If Vanessa is right about Patrick, you're in real danger. I will be, I promised. After he left, I entered my house cautiously, half expecting to find Patrick lurking in the shadows. But everything was as I'd left it days ago. Mail piled on the counter, dishes from a hurried breakfast still in the sink, Jack's flowers now completely wilted in their vase. I moved through the rooms, checking locks, drawing curtains. Then I called Jack. I'm home, I told him. Michael is waiting for me. Michael? Jack's voice sharpened. What did he want? To warn me about Patrick, apparently. He said Vanessa told him everything. Do you believe him? I sighed. I don't know. He seemed sincere, but so did Vanessa, with her croissants and tears. Trust your instincts, Jack advised. But verify before you confide in him. That's the plan, I agreed. Any word from Arthur? Not yet. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. After we hung up, I tried to occupy myself with normal activities, sorting mail, washing dishes, preparing a simple dinner. But my mind kept returning to Patrick, to the possibility that my own son-in-law was plotting my death. The doorbell rang just as I was finishing my solitary meal. Through the peephole, I saw Patrick himself standing on my porch, dressed in his usual business attire, looking every inch the respectable financial advisor. My heart raced. Should I ignore him? Call Jack. The police? No, I decided. I needed to face him, to see for myself if there was murder in his eyes. I opened the door, but kept the security chain latched. Patrick. This is unexpected. He offered his professional smile, the one that never quite reached his eyes. Eleanor, may I come in? I think we need to clear the air. I'm actually quite tired, I said. It's been a long day, what with Vanessa's accident and all. That's partly why I'm here, he said smoothly. I wanted to thank you for being there for her. She speaks very highly of how supportive you've been. The lie was so blatant, it almost made me laugh. Vanessa and I had been careful not to mention our reconciliation to Patrick. How kind of her, I said neutrally. But as I said, I'm tired. Perhaps another time. His smile tightened fractionally. I understand you've been away. With a friend. News travels fast in Pine Creek. Indeed it does, Patrick agreed, his tone hardening slightly. Just as news of unusual behavior by a recent lottery winner travels even faster. There it was, the veiled threat, the implication of my mental instability. Is there a point to this visit, Patrick? I asked, dropping the pretense of politeness. Just concern for my mother-in-law, he said, and a hope that we can put our differences behind us. Families should stick together, don't you think? I do, I agreed. Which is why your threats of a competency hearing were so hurtful. He had the grace to look slightly abashed. That was premature. The heat of the moment. I'd like to apologize and start fresh. I studied him carefully. Was this part of his plan? To lull me into a false sense of security before striking? I appreciate the sentiment, I said carefully. But it's late, and as I said, I'm tired. Of course, he said, stepping back. Another time, then. Perhaps you join us for dinner this weekend? A proper family reconciliation. The thought of breaking bread with a man who might be plotting my murder made my stomach turn. But I needed to play along, at least until our plan was in place. I'll think about it, I said. Good night, Patrick. Good night, Eleanor, he replied, his smile never wavering. But as he turned to leave, I caught something in his eyes, a cold calculation that sent a shiver down my spine. I watched through the window as he walked to his car, a sleek black BMW that he couldn't really afford but insisted on leasing to maintain appearances. As he pulled away, I noticed he didn't immediately turn toward his own neighborhood. Instead, he headed in the direction of Jack's house. Immediately, I called Jack to warn him. Patrick was just here, I said when he answered. And now he's heading your way. How would he know where I live? Jack asked, sounding alarmed. I don't know, but be careful. He was odd. trying too hard to be conciliatory. "I'll keep an eye out," Jack promised. "And Eleanor? Make sure all your doors and windows are locked tonight." After we hung up, I did exactly that, checking every entry point twice. Then I pulled the old baseball bat Robert had kept from his college days from the hall closet and placed it beside my bed. If Patrick returned, I wouldn't be defenseless. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the old house, every distant car engine had me sitting upright, bat in hand. By morning, I was exhausted but unharmed. My phone rang just after 7. It was Arthur. "I've spoken with Detective Reeves," he said without preamble. "He's willing to meet with us unofficially to discuss our concerns." "When?" I asked, already reaching for my robe. "This morning, if possible." "His office at the station, 9 o'clock. "I'll be there," I promised. As I hurried through my morning routine, I thought about what lay ahead. I was about to accuse my son-in-law of plotting murder to a police detective, based largely on an overheard conversation and my own suspicions. Would I sound like a paranoid old woman? Would Detective Reeves dismiss my fears as lottery-induced delusions? Jack picked me up at 8:30, his own face showing signs of a restless night. Patrick never showed up at my place, he reported as we drove toward the police station. But someone did drive by twice slowly. Could have been him checking out the house. "This is surreal," I murmured. 3 weeks ago, my biggest worry was how to afford my blood pressure medication. Jack reached over to squeeze my hand. "For what it's worth, I think you're handling this with remarkable courage. Or remarkable foolishness," I said. Sometimes the line between the two is quite thin. The Pine Creek Police Station was a modest brick building downtown, sandwiched between the public library and a coffee shop popular with the morning commuter crowd. We entered through the front doors, and Jack asked for Detective Reeves at the reception desk. A few minutes later, a tall man with salt and pepper hair and kind eyes approached us. "Jack," he said warmly, extending his hand. "It's been too long." "Tom," Jack replied, clasping his hand. "Thank you for seeing us on such short notice." "Anytime. You wrote my recommendation letter for the police academy. I wouldn't be here without you." He turned to me with a respectful nod. "Mrs. Campbell, I presume?"
"I'm Detective Thomas Reeves."
"Eleanor, please," I said, shaking his hand. He led us through a secure door and down a hallway to a small, plain room with a table and 4 chairs. "We can speak privately here," he explained, gesturing for us to sit. "Arthur filled me in on the basics, but I'd like to hear the whole story from you." So I told him everything: the lottery win, the disastrous family dinner, Patrick's threats about the competency hearing, Vanessa's accident, and finally, the overheard conversation about making something look natural. Detective Reeves listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes in a small notebook. When I finished, he didn't immediately respond, instead flipping back through his notes with a thoughtful expression. "I understand how concerning this must be," he finally said. "But I have to be honest with you, Mrs. Campbell. What you've described doesn't give us enough to act on officially. An overheard partial conversation, even coupled with the other circumstances, isn't enough for an investigation." My heart sank. "So, we just wait until he tries something?" "Not necessarily," Reeves said. "Arthur mentioned you were considering, let's call it a proactive approach." "A trap," Jack clarified. "A controlled situation," Reeves corrected with a slight smile. "Off the record, I think it might be our best option. But it would need to be carefully planned, with safeguards in place." "What did you have in mind?" I asked. "A meeting," Reeves said, as Jack suggested. "Something that Patrick would have strong motivation to prevent or disrupt. We'd have officers nearby, monitoring the situation. And if Patrick tries something?" Jack asked. "Then we intervene," Reeves said simply. "And we have concrete evidence instead of suspicions." "What if he hires someone?" I asked, voicing a fear that had kept me awake the previous night. "He might not do the dirty work himself." Reeves nodded. "That's a possibility we need to consider. We would need to monitor Patrick closely in the days leading up to the meeting. Phone records, surveillance." "Is that legal without a warrant?" Jack asked. "In some cases, yes," Reeves said. especially if we have reason to believe a crime is imminent. But we'd need to tread carefully. How soon could we do this? I asked. We need at least a few days to prepare, Reeves said. And we need a plausible scenario, something that Patrick would believe and that would motivate him to act. The will, Jack suggested, as we discussed with Arthur. A meeting to finalize changes that would exclude Patrick and Vanessa. No, I said suddenly. Not exclude. Include, but with conditions. They both looked at me. If I were simply cutting them out, Patrick might decide to wait, I explained, to challenge the will after my death. But if I'm creating a trust with specific conditions that would give him access to the money but require ongoing oversight from Arthur or another trustee, he might be more desperate to prevent it. Reeves nodded slowly. That could work. He'd see it as his one chance to get the money free and clear before restrictions are put in place. And we'd make sure he knows about the meeting, Jack added. Make it seem like a closely guarded secret that he's lucky to have discovered. Let's say Friday, I suggested. That gives us 3 days to prepare, and it's believable that I'd want to finalize things before the weekend. Where would this meeting take place? Reeves asked. My house would be too obvious, I said. Arthur's office too public. What about the community center? Jack suggested. We could use the conference room after hours. Say you wanted neutral ground, away from lawyers and family. That could work, Reeves agreed. We could set up surveillance equipment in advance. Station officers nearby. We spent the next hour working out the details, how the information would be leaked to Patrick, what safeguards would be in place, how we would record any incriminating statements or actions. I want to be clear about something, Reeves said as our meeting concluded. Your safety is the priority here. If at any point I believe you're in immediate danger, we pull the plug on the whole operation. Understood, I said, though privately I was determined to see this through to the end. I was tired of being afraid, tired of being manipulated. For once, I would be the one setting the terms. As we left the police station, Jack looked at me with concern. You're sure about this? It's not too late to back out. I'm sure, I said firmly. What's the alternative? Live in fear? Run away? That's not who I am, Jack. He smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. No, it's not. You're one of the strongest people I've ever met, Eleanor Campbell. I haven't felt very strong these past years, I admitted. Strength isn't about feeling strong, he said. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when you're terrified. By that definition, I was about to become the strongest woman in Pine Creek. The next few days passed in a blur of preparation. Arthur drafted convincing legal documents for the fictional trust agreement. Jack arranged for access to the community center conference room on Friday evening. Detective Reeves organized surveillance equipment and positioned officers for the operation. Meanwhile, I went about my normal routine, acting as if nothing unusual was happening. I volunteered at the community center, went grocery shopping, even had coffee with Mrs. Abernathy from next door. All the while, I felt Patrick's invisible eyes watching me, tracking my movements, looking for weaknesses. I visited Vanessa in the hospital daily. She was recovering well from her injuries, but growing increasingly anxious about Patrick's behavior. He keeps asking questions about you, she told me during Wednesday's visit. About whether you've mentioned changing your will, whether you're still seeing that Wilson man, as he calls Jack. What have you told him? I asked. As little as possible, she said. I'm playing the dutiful wife while I figure out my next move. The doctors say I can go home tomorrow, but... She hesitated, her eyes filling with tears. I'm scared to be alone with him, Mom. I squeezed her hand. You don't have to be. You can come stay with me. She shook her head. That would tip him off that something's wrong. I need to keep pretending everything's normal, at least for now. Just until Friday, I promised. Then this will all be over. What happens Friday? She asked. I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Reeves had cautioned against telling too many people about our plan, concerned about leaks. But this was my daughter, and she was as much at risk from Patrick as I was. I'm meeting with Arthur to finalize some changes to my will, I said carefully. Changes that involve trust conditions for you and Patrick. Her eyes widened.
Mom, no.
If Patrick finds out. He's supposed to find out, I interrupted. That's the point. Understanding dawned on her face. You're setting a trap. We are, I confirmed. Detective Reeves is helping us. It's dangerous, she whispered. So is doing nothing, I replied. Patrick won't stop, Vanessa. Not until he gets what he wants or is stopped. She was quiet for a moment, then said, I want to help. No, I said immediately. It's too risky. He's my husband, she insisted. I know how he thinks, how he operates. And he trusts me, or at least he thinks he does. I shook my head. Reeves was clear. The fewer people involved, the better. I'm already involved, she pointed out. And I can make sure Patrick knows about the meeting without raising suspicion. He'd believe it coming from me. She had a point. Patrick might be suspicious of information that came through other channels, but his own wife? That would seem credible. Let me talk to Reeves, I finally said. But I'm not promising anything. When I relayed Vanessa's offer to Detective Reeves later that day, he was skeptical. No offense, Mrs. Campbell, but your daughter doesn't have the best track record for honesty in this situation, he pointed out. I know, I acknowledged. But I believe she's genuinely afraid of Patrick now. And she has a point about being able to pass information to him without raising suspicion. Reeves considered it. If, and it's a big if, we involve her, it would be in a very limited capacity. Just passing along information, nothing more. I understand, I said. And I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't trust her intentions. In the end, Reeves agreed to a modified plan. Vanessa would accidentally let slip to Patrick about the meeting while pretending not to know its full significance. She would not be present at the community center on Friday, instead staying at a friend's house for safety. Thursday arrived, the day before our operation. Vanessa was released from the hospital, with Patrick playing the concerned husband for the medical staff. He brought her home to their house in Oakwood Estates, where, according to our plan, she would casually mention finding papers in my house related to a meeting with Arthur. I spent the day with Jack, going over every detail of the plan once more. We were sitting in his living room, reviewing the layout of the community center, when my phone rang. It was Vanessa, her voice tight with panic. Mom, she whispered. He knows. About the meeting? I asked, instantly alert. Yes, but more than that. I think he suspects it's a trap. My blood ran cold.
Why?
What happened? I did what we planned, she explained, her voice barely audible. I mentioned seeing papers at your house. But he got this look, and then he went into his office and made a call. I couldn't hear much, but he said something about changing the timetable and tonight instead. Tonight? I repeated, my heart racing. I think so, Vanessa confirmed.
Mom, I'm scared.
He's acting strange, checking his watch, making more calls. And he took something from the safe in his office. I couldn't see what. Where is he now? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. In the shower. I'm supposed to be resting, but I had to warn you. Listen to me, Vanessa, I said urgently. Get out of the house. Go to your friend's place as planned. Don't let Patrick know you're suspicious. I can't just leave, she protested. What if he hurts you? I'll be fine, I assured her, though my own fear was mounting. Jack is with me, and I'm calling Reeves right now. Just get yourself to safety. After making Vanessa promise to leave immediately, I turned to Jack, who had heard enough of the conversation to understand the situation. Patrick's moving up the timeline, I said. Tonight, not tomorrow. Jack was already on his feet. I'll call Reeves. Pack a bag. You're not staying here alone. I'm not running, I insisted. Not running, he countered. Tactical retreat. We regroup, adjust the plan. While Jack called Reeves, I tried to think clearly through my fear. If Patrick was planning something for tonight, where would he expect me to be? At home, most likely. What would draw me out if I weren't there? Vanessa, perhaps.
Or...
My phone rang again, an unknown number. Mrs. Campbell? A woman's voice asked when I answered. This is Pine Creek Memorial Hospital again. I'm calling about your son, Michael Campbell. My heart stopped. Michael? What's happened? He's been admitted following an accident, the nurse explained. He's asking for you. What kind of accident? I demanded, a terrible suspicion forming. I can't give details over the phone, came the standard response. But he's in stable condition and asking to see you. It was too similar to the call about Vanessa.
Too convenient.
I'll be right there, I said, trying to sound worried but not suspicious. After hanging up, I turned to Jack, who had just finished his own call. That was the hospital. Michael's been in an accident. Jack's expression darkened. That's the same play he used with Vanessa. Exactly, I agreed. It's a trap. Reeves is on his way here, Jack said. We should wait for him. But something else was nagging at me, a piece that didn't fit. Why would Patrick risk using the same lure twice? He must know we'd be suspicious. Unless Michael really is hurt, Jack said slowly. As a warning. Or to ensure you'd come, suspicious or not. The thought of Patrick harming Michael to get to me made me physically ill. I have to check, I said. If Michael is really injured. Then Patrick will be waiting for you at the hospital, Jack finished. It's too dangerous. I'll call Michael first, I decided, already dialing my son's number. If he answers, we'll know it's a trap. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. My hope rose with each ring. But then, hello? Mom. Michael's voice, but strained, weak. Michael? Are you okay? The hospital called. It's true, he said, his words slightly slurred. Car accident. Not bad, but could you come? There's something I need to tell you. Something important. Michael, listen to me, I said urgently. Is Patrick there? Has he been to see you? Patrick, he sounded confused. No, why would? Mom, please. I need to see you. I covered the phone and whispered to Jack. He sounds genuinely hurt. Says Patrick hasn't been there. It could still be a trap, Jack warned. Patrick could be using Michael as bait without his knowledge. He was right, but what choice did I have? If Michael was truly injured and needed me, how could I stay away? I have to go, I told Jack. But not alone. You and Reeves come with me. Reeves is still 10 minutes out, Jack said. Then just you? I decided. We'll be careful. Stay alert. Jack didn't look happy, but he nodded. We'll take my car. And I'm calling Reeves to meet us there. As we drove to the hospital, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across Pine Creek. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were driving straight into Patrick's trap, whatever it might be. But if Michael was truly hurt and I didn't go to him, I'd never forgive myself. Stay close to me, Jack said as we pulled into the hospital parking lot. And keep your phone ready to call Reeves. The emergency room was busy with the usual Thursday evening cases. A child with a high fever, an elderly man with chest pain, a teenager with a sports injury. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No sign of Patrick lurking in corners. I approached the reception desk, Jack at my side. I'm here for Michael Campbell, I told the nurse. I received a call that he was brought in after an accident. She checked her computer. Yes, he's in treatment room 3. Are you his mother? I am. I confirmed, relief washing over me. So Michael really was here. You can go in, she said, pointing down a hallway. Just you, though, she added, looking at Jack. He's with me, I insisted. Hospital policy, she said apologetically. Family only in the treatment rooms. Jack squeezed my arm. It's okay. I'll wait right here, with a clear view of the hallway. Any sign of trouble, I'm there in seconds. I nodded.
Yes.
Why? Michael's face drained of what little color it had. Mom, I never called you. I didn't ask you to come here. For a moment, I couldn't process his words. But the hospital called. They said you were asking for me. It's a setup, Michael said urgently. Patrick knew you'd come if I was hurt. A cold realization washed over me. But you really are injured. The car accident was real, Michael confirmed. Patrick probably figured he'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminate me as an obstacle and use my actual hospitalization as bait. Jack, I gasped, standing up. He's alone out there. Go, Michael urged. And call Reeves.
Now.
I rushed out of the treatment room, phone already in hand, dialing Reeves's number. It rang once, twice, and then went to voicemail. Damn it, I muttered, hurrying down the hallway. When I reached the reception area, my heart stopped. Jack was gone. Excuse me, I said to the nurse at the desk. The man who was waiting here, do you know where he went? She looked up distractedly. Oh, his phone rang. He stepped outside to take the call. The parking lot. I ran for the exit, panic rising in my throat. As I pushed through the automatic doors, the evening air hit me like a slap. The parking lot was dimly lit, with pools of shadow between the street lamps. Jack. I called, scanning the area. Jack, where are you? A muffled sound came from between two parked cars to my right. I moved cautiously toward it, my heart hammering in my chest. Jack. I called again, softer now. Another sound, a grunt of pain. Then Jack's voice, strained but clear. Eleanor, go back inside. Call Reeves. I rounded the corner of a large SUV and froze. Jack was on his knees, a trickle of blood running from his temple. Behind him stood Patrick, one hand gripping Jack's collar, the other holding something that gleamed dully in the low light, a gun. Eleanor, Patrick said, his voice unnervingly calm. How convenient. I was just about to call you. Patrick, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. What are you doing? Taking care of a problem, he replied. Several problems, actually. Let him go, I demanded. This is between you and me. Patrick laughed, a cold, hollow sound. That's where you're wrong. It's between me and $8.2 million. Everyone else is just in the way. Hurting us won't get you the money, I said, desperately stalling for time. Where was Reeves? The trust is already established. Arthur has all the paperwork. Paperwork can be challenged, Patrick said dismissively, especially when the deceased wasn't of sound mind. Grief can do terrible things to an elderly widow's mental state. First her husband, then her boyfriend, then her son in the same week. Tragic, really. A chill ran through me as I understood the full scope of his plan. You're going to kill all of us? Not Vanessa, he said, as if that somehow made it better. She's useful. And the children, of course. They're innocent in all this. And you think you'll get away with it? I asked. 3 deaths in the same family? Accidents happen, Patrick said with a shrug. Michael's brakes failed. Jack here will have a heart attack. Not uncommon for a man his age. And you, Eleanor. Well, grief makes people do desperate things. You're insane, I whispered. I'm practical, he corrected. Now, here's what's going to happen. You're going to call Vanessa and tell her everything's fine. That Michael's okay, and you're heading home. Then the 3 of us are going to take a little drive. Don't do it, Eleanor, Jack said, earning himself a vicious jab with the gun. Quiet, Patrick snapped. Next time I won't be so gentle. My mind raced. If I refused, Patrick might shoot Jack right here. If I complied, he'd take us somewhere private to execute his plan. Either way, our chances weren't good. But then I remembered my phone. Reeves had shown me how to activate the emergency recording function. All it took was pressing the power button 3 times in rapid succession. As discreetly as possible, I slipped my hand into my pocket and found the button. 1 press. 2. 3. All right, I said, buying time. I'll call Vanessa. But I need to know Michael is really okay first. He's fine, Patrick said impatiently. Just a bump on the head and a sprained wrist. Make the call. I need to see him, I insisted. How do I know you haven't hurt him worse than you're saying? Patrick's eyes narrowed. You're stalling. I'm being a mother, I countered. Would you let Emma go with someone who claimed Tyler was hurt without seeing him first? The mention of his children seemed to throw him momentarily.
Fine.
1 minute with Michael. Then we go. He gestured with the gun for me to start walking, keeping Jack firmly in his grasp. As we moved toward the hospital entrance, I tried to catch the eye of anyone nearby, but the parking lot was nearly empty, and those few people present were focused on their own concerns. Just as we reached the doors, they slid open, and Detective Reeves stepped out, his expression alert but casual. "Mrs. Campbell," he said, as if running into me was the most natural thing in the world. "I was just coming to find you." Patrick froze, his grip on Jack tightening. I could see him calculating, trying to determine if Reeves was alone or if this was part of a larger operation. "Detective," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "What a coincidence." Reeves's eyes flicked to Patrick, then back to me. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd check in." "Everything all right?" "Everything's fine," Patrick answered before I could speak. "Just a family matter. Michael had a minor accident." "I heard," Reeves said, his hand casually moving to rest near his holster. "Strange coincidence. 2 car accidents in the same family in 1 week." Patrick's smile was tight. "As I said, just bad luck." "I don't believe in luck," Reeves said, his gaze hardening. "I believe in patterns. And this pattern is concerning." The tension was palpable. I could feel Patrick's desperation building, like a pressure cooker about to explode. If he panicked, Jack would be his first victim. "Patrick," I said softly, "it's over. Put the gun down." For a moment, I thought he might comply. His grip on Jack seemed to loosen slightly. But then his expression hardened, and he yanked Jack backward, the gun now pressed directly against his temple. "Back off," he snarled at Reeves. "Or I'll kill him right here." Reeves raised his hands slowly. "Think about what you're doing, Mitchell. There's no way out of this that works in your favor." "There's always a way out," Patrick replied, his voice eerily calm again. "For instance, we could negotiate. My freedom for his life." "That's not how this works," Reeves said. "But if you put the gun down now, I'll make sure the judge knows you cooperated." Patrick laughed. "I'm not going to prison. That's not an option." "Neither is killing a man in a hospital parking lot," Reeves countered.
Look around you, Patrick.
Security cameras. Witnesses in the lobby. Even if you manage to get away now, you'd be caught within hours. I could see Patrick processing this, his eyes darting around. He hadn't planned for this confrontation. He'd expected to lure me out alone, not to face a detective with his hand on his weapon. "It doesn't matter," Patrick finally said, his voice taking on a desperate edge. "I'm already done. Vanessa knows. Michael knows. My career is over. My marriage is over. Everything I've built is gone." "Not necessarily," I said, seeing an opening. "People make mistakes, Patrick. Terrible mistakes. But there's always a path to redemption." "Redemption?" he repeated, sounding genuinely baffled. "I don't want redemption. I want what's mine." "The money was never yours," I said gently. "It was never about you." Something in Patrick seemed to break then. His face contorted with rage. "It should have been mine. All those years, putting up with Vanessa's family obligations, pretending to care about your boring stories, sitting through those endless dinners. I deserved something for that." "Let Jack go," I pleaded. "He has nothing to do with any of this." "He has everything to do with it," Patrick spat.
He's the reason you changed.
Started standing up for yourself. Before him, you were manageable. The word hit me like a physical blow. Manageable. Is that how they'd all seen me? A problem to be managed? "I was never manageable," I said, my voice stronger now. "I was patient. I was loving. I put my children's needs before my own. But I was always my own person, Patrick. And I'm done being patient." As I spoke, I noticed movement behind Patrick, hospital security, responding to some silent alarm Reeves must have triggered. Patrick, focused on me, didn't see them. "You have one last chance," Reeves said, his voice commanding now. "Release him and put the gun down." Patrick's eyes darted between us, calculating. Then, with a sudden, violent motion, he shoved Jack forward, sending him crashing into me. As we both stumbled, Patrick turned to run, directly into the arms of the approaching security guards. The next few minutes were chaos. Reeves moved with impressive speed for a man his age, tackling Patrick to the ground. The gun skittered across the pavement. Security guards swarmed in. Jack, despite his own injuries, helped me regain my balance, his arms steady around my waist. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice rough. "I should be asking you that," I replied, gently touching the blood on his temple. You're hurt. I've had worse coaching high school baseball, he said with a weak smile. Though I'll admit, being held at gunpoint is a new experience. As the security guards handcuffed Patrick, who was now shouting threats and accusations, Reeves approached us. You two all right? He asked. I nodded. Thanks to you. How did you know to come? Jack's text, Reeves explained. When he saw Patrick in the parking lot, he managed to send an SOS before Patrick got to him. I turned to Jack in surprise. You texted him? Jack shrugged, wincing slightly at the movement. I had a bad feeling when the nurse said Michael had specifically asked for you. Seemed too convenient. Speaking of Michael, I said, suddenly remembering. He really is here, with injuries from a car accident. Patrick cut his brake lines. Reeves's expression darkened. That adds attempted murder to the charges. I'll need to take his statement. As Reeves went to check on Michael, local police officers arrived to take custody of Patrick. He glared at me as they led him away, his handsome features twisted with hatred. This isn't over, Eleanor, he called. You'll regret this. The only thing I regret, I replied calmly, is not seeing you for what you were sooner. After giving our statements to the police, Jack and I were examined by hospital staff. His injuries were minor, a laceration that required 3 stitches, and some bruising where Patrick had struck him. I was physically unharmed, but prescribed a mild sedative for shock. Michael was admitted overnight for observation, his injuries from the car accident more extensive than he'd let on. Vanessa arrived at the hospital in tears, having received word of Patrick's arrest from Reeves. I can't believe he would go this far, she sobbed as I held her in the hospital corridor. He was going to kill you, and Michael, and Jack. But he didn't. I reminded her gently. We're all safe now. What happens next? She asked, her voice small. Patrick will be charged, I explained, with attempted murder, assault, possibly conspiracy. He'll go to prison, Vanessa. She nodded, her expression a complex mix of grief and relief. And us? What happens to us? I knew she wasn't just asking about the legal proceedings. She was asking about our family, the broken, damaged thing it had become. We heal, I said simply, day by day, together. Later that night, after Vanessa had gone to sit with Michael and the police had finally finished with their questions, Jack drove me home. The house seemed different somehow, smaller, less of a sanctuary than it had been. I don't want to be alone tonight, I admitted as we stood in my living room. Jack nodded. I'll take the couch. Or there's a spare bedroom at my place, if you'd prefer. Your place, I decided. This house, there are too many ghosts here tonight. As we drove to Jack's modest bungalow on the other side of town, I watched the familiar streets of Pine Creek pass by. The same trees, the same houses, the same storefronts I'd known for decades. But everything felt altered, as if the events of the past weeks had changed not just me, but the very fabric of the world I inhabited. Penny for your thoughts, Jack said softly. I was just thinking about how different everything looks, I replied, even though nothing has actually changed. But things have changed, he pointed out. You've changed. Your relationship with your children has changed. Your circumstances have certainly changed. For the better? I wondered aloud. That remains to be seen, he said thoughtfully. But change itself isn't good or bad. It's just life. At his house, he showed me to a small but comfortable guest room. Bathrooms across the hall. There should be clean towels in the linen closet, and I can lend you a t-shirt to sleep in. Thank you, I said, for everything. Not just tonight, but all of it. He smiled, the warmth reaching his eyes despite his obvious exhaustion. That's what friends do, Eleanor. They show up. Is that what we are? I asked before I could stop myself. Friends. He studied me for a moment, his expression thoughtful.
For now, yes.
But life is long and full of surprises, as we've both recently discovered. I found myself smiling back. Indeed it is. After he left, I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the weight of the day, of the past weeks, settle over me. So much had happened so quickly. I'd won a fortune, lost my family, found them again in the midst of betrayal and danger. I discovered strengths I didn't know I possessed and vulnerabilities I'd tried to ignore. My phone buzzed with a text. It was from Arthur. Just heard from Reeves. Thank God you're safe. We'll talk tomorrow. Rest now. Another text came through, this one from Gloria in Arizona. Tom Reeves called me. Said you've had quite the adventure. Call me first thing tomorrow, Eleanor Campbell. Or, I'm getting on a plane. And then a third message from Michael. Mom, they're keeping me overnight. Vanessa's here. We've been talking, really talking, about everything. About how we've treated you. About who we've become. I know it doesn't fix anything, but I want you to know I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Love you. I stared at the screen, tears filling my eyes. Not tears of sadness or fear, but of release. The tension I'd carried for so long, the weight of being the perfect mother, the self-sacrificing widow, the invisible woman, was finally lifting. In its place was something new, something that felt suspiciously like freedom. I texted Michael back. Love you too. We'll talk tomorrow. Rest now. Then I changed into the t-shirt Jack had lent me, a faded Pine Creek High School athletic shirt that smelled faintly of laundry detergent and his cologne, and crawled under the covers. For the first time in weeks, I slept without dreams. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of quiet conversation from the kitchen. For a moment, I was disoriented, the unfamiliar room confusing my sleep-addled brain. Then the events of the previous day came rushing back. Patrick, the gun, Reeves's timely arrival. I put on my clothes from yesterday and followed the voices to Jack's kitchen. There I found him sitting at a small table with Detective Reeves, both men nursing coffee mugs. Good morning, Jack said, rising as I entered. Coffee, please, I said, taking the seat he offered. Reeves nodded a greeting. Mrs. Campbell, how are you feeling this morning? Surprisingly okay, I answered honestly, though I suspect that might change as the shock wears off. That's normal, he assured me. You've been through a traumatic experience. Be gentle with yourself in the coming days. What happens now? I asked. With Patrick? He's being held without bail, Reeves explained. The charges are serious. Attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, conspiracy. With the evidence we have, including your phone recording and the security footage from the hospital, he's looking at substantial prison time. And Vanessa? The children? That's up to them, Reeves said gently. But they'll need support, especially the children. Finding out your father planned to kill your grandmother, that's not something a child processes easily. I nodded, my heart aching for Emma and Tyler. They were innocent in all this, yet they would bear the scars of Patrick's actions for years to come. I spoke with Michael this morning, Jack said, setting a mug of coffee in front of me. He's being released today. Vanessa's taking him to her house for now. They're staying together? I asked, surprised. For the time being, Jack confirmed. I think they both need family right now. As we finished our coffee, Reeves rose to leave. I'll need you both to come to the station later to sign your formal statements. But it can wait until this afternoon. Take some time to rest first. After he left, Jack and I sat in comfortable silence, the morning sun streaming through his kitchen windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the golden light. What will you do now? Jack finally asked. With Patrick behind bars and the immediate danger past? I considered the question. Live, I suppose. Really live, for the first time in years. Any specific plans for this living? He asked with a small smile. A few, I admitted. I'd like to travel. See some of the places Robert and I always talked about but never visited. Paris, the Grand Canyon, the Northern Lights. Sounds wonderful, Jack said. And I'd like to use some of the money to do good. I continued. The women's shelter, the community center's ESL program. Maybe a scholarship fund for nurses. Also wonderful, he approved. And I hesitated, suddenly shy. I'd like to get to know you better, Jack Wilson. Properly, without family drama and murder plots hanging over our heads. His smile widened. I'd like that too. Very much. Later that day, after signing our statements at the police station, We visited Michael at Vanessa's house. He was resting on the living room couch, his injuries more visible in the harsh daylight, bruises blooming across his cheek, his arm in a proper cast now, a row of stitches at his hairline. "Mom," he said, attempting to sit up as I entered. "You came." "Of course I came," I said, easing him back down. Though I did check that it was really you asking this time. He grimaced. "I still can't believe Patrick used me as bait. That he was willing to kill us all for money. Greed does terrible things to people," I said. Vanessa joined us, looking pale and drawn but composed. "The children are at school," she explained. "I thought it best to maintain some normalcy. They know their father's away, but not the details." "Probably wise," I agreed. "They'll need to know eventually, but there's time for that." We sat together, this broken family of mine, and talked. Really talked, perhaps for the first time in years. About Patrick's escalating control of Vanessa. About Michael's guilt over not standing up for me at that fateful dinner. About my own role in enabling their treatment of me. I should have set boundaries years ago, I admitted. Should have demanded respect instead of settling for scraps of attention. "And we should have given it freely," Michael said. "You deserved better, Mom. From both of us." "From all of us," Vanessa added. "Even the kids. We taught them it was okay to treat you as less than. That stops now." It wasn't a perfect reconciliation. There were still hurt feelings, still trust to be rebuilt. But it was a start, an honest foundation upon which we might construct something new and stronger. As Jack and I prepared to leave, Vanessa pulled me aside. "I found something in Patrick's office," she said quietly. After the police were done searching it, it was hidden in a compartment in his desk. She handed me a small USB drive. "I haven't looked at it," she continued, "but the label, it has your name on it." I took the drive, a sense of foreboding washing over me. "Thank you for giving this to me." "I don't know what's on it," she said. "But whatever it is, we'll face it together. No more secrets in this family." Back at Jack's house, we plugged the drive into his computer. It contained a single folder labeled Eleanor Contingency. Inside were documents, financial records, manipulated to make it appear I was suffering from cognitive decline. Fabricated emails from my account, showing erratic behavior. Even digitally altered photos of me in compromising situations. "He was building a case," Jack said grimly. "Evidence to support his claims about your mental competency. Or to blackmail me if necessary," I added. These photos alone would have been devastating if made public. "We should give this to Reeves," Jack suggested. "Add it to the evidence against Patrick." I nodded, feeling strangely calm. The depth of Patrick's malice should have shocked me, but after everything we'd been through, it seemed almost expected.
Of course he had a backup plan.
Of course he was prepared to destroy my reputation if he couldn't get my money through other means. "You know," I said as Jack ejected the drive, "a month ago, something like this would have devastated me. The thought of people in Pine Creek seeing these falsified images, reading these fake emails, I would have done anything to prevent it. And now?" Jack asked. "Now I realize that what others think of me is far less important than what I know to be true," I said. "And the truth is, I'm stronger than Patrick ever imagined. Stronger than I ever knew." Jack's smile was full of pride. "That you are, Eleanor Campbell. That you certainly are." 2 weeks later, I stood in Arthur's office, signing the final papers for a series of charitable trusts funded by my lottery winnings. The women's shelter would receive $1 million for their new wing. The community center's ESL program would be fully funded for the next decade. A scholarship fund for nursing students at Pine Creek Community College would bear Robert's name. "And the family trust?" Arthur asked as I signed the last document. "As discussed," I confirmed. "Trust funds for Emma and Tyler's education. A modest annual income for Vanessa while she gets back on her feet. And a similar arrangement for Michael until he's recovered fully and can return to work." "And the remainder?" Arthur pressed, though he already knew the answer. "Stays with me," I said firmly. "To use as I see fit, for as long as I live." Arthur smiled. "You've come a long way from the woman who walked into my office a month ago, ready to give everything away to children who didn't appreciate her. I've had some perspective-altering experiences since then, I said dryly. After leaving Arthur's office, I drove to the community center for my regular ESL class. As I entered the familiar building, I was greeted with smiles and waves from staff and students alike. News of my lottery win and the subsequent drama with Patrick had made me something of a local celebrity. Jack was waiting in the classroom, setting up materials for the day's lesson. Since the night at the hospital, we'd fallen into a comfortable routine. Breakfast together most mornings. Long walks in the evenings. Dinner twice a week, alternating between cooking at his place and trying new restaurants in neighboring towns. We hadn't defined what we were to each other, but we didn't need to. We were companions.
Friends.
Perhaps something more, evolving gradually, organically. Ready for class? He asked as I set my bag down. Ready, I confirmed. As our students filed in, immigrants from a dozen different countries, all eager to build new lives in America, I felt a profound sense of purpose. These people understood what it meant to start over, to reinvent yourself, to find strength in adversity. In many ways, I was more like them now than I was like the woman I'd been a month ago. After class, Jack and I walked to the coffee shop across the street. It had become our ritual, decaf for him, chai tea for me, and a shared slice of whatever was freshest in the bakery case. I have news, he said as we settled at our usual table by the window. I've been offered a position. A position? I repeated. What kind of position? The director of adult education at the community college is retiring, he explained. They've asked me to consider taking over. Jack, that's wonderful, I said, genuinely pleased for him. You'd be perfect for it. It would mean more responsibility, he cautioned. Less free time. You'd still make time for what matters, I said confidently. He reached across the table to take my hand. Yes, I would. As we sat there, hands linked, I gazed out at Pine Creek, the town I'd lived in for 40 years, the place I'd raised my children, buried my husband, experienced my greatest joys and deepest sorrows. It looked different now, suffused with possibility rather than limitation. I've been thinking, I said, turning back to Jack, about those travel plans I mentioned. Paris? The Grand Canyon? The Northern Lights, he recalled.
Yes.
All of those. But I was wondering if I might like to come along, he finished for me, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Only if you want to, I said quickly. No pressure. Eleanor Campbell, he said, squeezing my hand. I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more than exploring the world with you. As we left the coffee shop, walking hand in hand down Main Street, I caught our reflection in a store window, a silver-haired woman and a distinguished man, both with lines of experience etched into their faces, both standing tall and sure. Not the burden my daughter had once named me. Not the manageable problem Patrick had tried to eliminate. But Eleanor Campbell, lottery winner, survivor, woman in her prime. The woman I had always been beneath the roles of mother, wife, widow. The woman I was finally free to become .d, trying to quell my anxiety. I won't be long. Treatment room 3 was at the end of the hallway, its door slightly ajar. I knocked gently before pushing it open. Michael lay on the examination table, a bandage on his forehead, his left arm in a sling similar to Vanessa's. He looked pale but alert. Mom, he said, relief evident in his voice. You came. Of course I came, I said, moving to his side. What happened? Car accident, he said. Nothing serious. Ran off the road trying to avoid a deer. 2 car accidents in one family in the same week, I said. That's quite a coincidence. Michael's expression changed subtly. Not entirely a coincidence. That's what I wanted to tell you. What do you mean? He glanced toward the door, then lowered his voice. I think Patrick tampered with my brakes. They failed completely on a curve. My blood ran cold. Why would he do that? To get me out of the way, Michael said grimly. I confronted him yesterday about his plans for the competency hearing. Told him I wouldn't support it, that I thought he was wrong about you. He didn't take it well. So, he tried to kill you? I couldn't keep the horror from my voice. I don't know if he meant to kill me, or just scare me, Michael said. But the mechanic who looked at my car was clear. The brake line had been cut. It wasn't an accident. I sank into the chair beside the examination table, my mind racing. If Patrick had already escalated to attacking Michael, what else was he capable of? "Mom, you need to be careful," Michael urged. "Patrick's desperate. And desperate men do desperate things." "I know," I said. "We have a plan in place. Detective Reeves is helping us." Michael looked relieved.
Good.
"That's good." Then his expression changed again, becoming more alert, almost alarmed. "Wait, who knows you're here?" "Just Jack," I said. "He drove me. He's waiting in the reception area." "Jack Wilson? The guy you were away with?" I nod. "If you're watching this, make sure to subscribe and leave a comment telling me about a time when you had to face someone who betrayed you in court. Trust me, what happens next in my story will have you reaching for the tissues and the popcorn." All rise. Court is now in session, the Honorable Judge Marilyn Hernandez presiding. The bailiff's voice echoed through the Pine Creek County Courthouse as everyone in the packed gallery stood. I smoothed my navy suit, a new purchase from an actual department store, not the thrift shop where I'd bought clothes for the past decade, and tried to steady my breathing. 3 months had passed since that night in the hospital parking lot. 3 months of police interviews, meetings with the district attorney, preparation sessions with victim advocates. 3 months of rebuilding my life while watching my family try to rebuild theirs. And now, finally, Patrick's trial was beginning. "You okay?" Jack whispered, his hand finding mine as we stood side by side in the front row of the gallery. I nodded, not trusting my voice. The truth was more complicated than okay. I was terrified, determined, angry,
sad.
All of these emotions swirled within me as Judge Hernandez entered the courtroom, her black robes flowing behind her. "Be seated," she commanded, taking her place at the bench. As we sat, I allowed myself to look across the courtroom to the defense table. Patrick sat there in a suit that seemed slightly too big for him. County jail food apparently didn't agree with him. His hair, once perfectly styled, now showed streaks of gray at the temples. But his posture remained rigid, his expression controlled. Next to him, his defense attorney whispered something in his ear. At the prosecution table, District Attorney Sofia Martinez arranged her notes. She was a formidable woman in her 40s, with sharp eyes and a reputation for being relentless in cases involving domestic violence and elder abuse. When she'd first taken my case, she'd looked me straight in the eye and said, "Mrs. Campbell, I'm going to make sure this man never comes near you or your family again." I believed her. Judge Hernandez addressed the courtroom. "We are here for case number 2025, CR 4872, the state versus Patrick Mitchell. Charges include attempted murder in the first degree, assault with a deadly weapon, conspiracy to commit murder, and tampering with a motor vehicle with intent to cause harm." "How does the defendant plead?" Patrick's attorney stood. "Your Honor, my client pleads not guilty to all charges." "So noted," the judge replied. "Ms. Martinez, is the state ready to proceed with opening statements?" "We are, Your Honor." "And the defense?" "Ready, Your Honor." "Very well. Ms. Martinez, you may begin." Sophia rose, buttoning her blazer as she approached the jury box. 12 citizens of Pine Creek County, teachers, accountants, retirees, a nurse, a mechanic, all watching her expectantly. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," she began, her voice resonant in the hushed courtroom. "This case is about greed. It's about a man who saw his mother-in-law not as a person deserving of respect and love, but as an obstacle between himself and millions of dollars." She paced slowly before them, making eye contact with each juror in turn. "The evidence will show that the defendant, Patrick Mitchell, embarked on a calculated campaign to gain control of his mother-in-law's lottery winnings. When his initial attempt to have her declared mentally incompetent failed, he escalated to violence. He cut the brake lines in his brother-in-law's car, causing a serious accident. And when that didn't achieve his goals, he attempted to murder Eleanor Campbell and Jack Wilson at gunpoint." Patrick's face remained impassive, but I noticed his jaw tighten. You will hear testimony from the victims themselves. You will see security footage from Pine Creek Memorial Hospital that captured the defendant holding a gun to Mr. Wilson's head. You will hear the defendant's own words, recorded by Mrs. Campbell during the confrontation, where he admits to his plans to kill both of them and make it look like an accident. Sophia paused, letting her words sink in. By the end of this trial, you'll have no doubt that Patrick Mitchell is guilty of all charges. And you will have no choice but to return a verdict that ensures he can never again threaten the lives of Eleanor Campbell or anyone else. As Sophia returned to her seat, Patrick's attorney stood. Raymond Bosworth was a defense attorney from Capital City, known for taking high-profile cases. Patrick must have liquidated significant assets to afford him. "Ladies and gentlemen," Bosworth began, his voice smooth as butter. "The prosecution has just painted a dramatic picture for you. A tale of villainy that belongs in a soap opera, not a court of law." I felt Jack stiffen beside me at the condescending tone. But this is not a television drama. This is real life, with real people, real relationships, and real complexities that can't be reduced to simple narratives of good versus evil. Bosworth moved closer to the jury, his expression earnest. "The evidence will show that Patrick Mitchell is a devoted father and husband who is genuinely concerned about his mother-in-law's mental state following her unexpected lottery win. You'll hear how Eleanor Campbell's behavior changed dramatically after coming into millions of dollars, how she began making impulsive decisions, spending time with a man she barely knew, and threatening to cut her own children out of her will." My cheeks burned with indignation. Jack's hand tightened around mine. "As for the events at the hospital," Bosworth continued, "you'll learn that there was a confrontation, yes. But it was born of desperation and concern, not malice. Mr. Mitchell was trying to protect his family from what he perceived as a threat to their stability and future." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Patrick was recasting himself as the protective patriarch, and me as the unstable elderly woman who couldn't be trusted with my own money. "By the end of this trial," Bosworth concluded, "you will see that this case is not about attempted murder. It's about a family in crisis, and a man who made mistakes in his desperate attempt to hold that family together." As Bosworth sat down, I leaned toward Jack. "He's turning this around," I whispered, "making Patrick the victim." "It won't work," Jack assured me. "The evidence is too strong." I hoped he was right. The first 2 days of the trial were devoted to establishing the timeline of events: my lottery win, the family dinner where Vanessa had called me a burden, Patrick's initial threats about having me declared incompetent, and the escalating tensions that followed. On the third day, I was called to testify. As I walked to the witness stand, I felt Patrick's eyes following me. I refused to look at him, keeping my gaze fixed ahead as I was sworn in. Sophia approached me with a gentle smile. "Mrs. Campbell, in your own words, could you tell the court about your relationship with your son-in-law prior to your lottery win?" I took a deep breath. Patrick and I had what I would call a cordial relationship. Not particularly close, but respectful on the surface. He'd been married to my daughter Vanessa for 12 years, and they have 2 children, my grandchildren, Emma and Tyler. "Did you notice any change in his behavior toward you after you won the lottery?" "Objection," Bosworth called. "Calls for speculation about the defendant's state of mind." "I'm asking about observed behavior, Your Honor, not state of mind," Sophia countered. "Overruled," Judge Hernandez decided. "The witness may answer." I nodded. Yes, there was a marked change. Before the lottery, Patrick was polite but distant. He rarely called or visited unless Vanessa arranged it. After the news of my win became public, he suddenly became very interested in my financial affairs. He and Vanessa showed up at my house unannounced. He offered his services as a financial advisor. He became attentive in a way he'd never been before. "And did this attention feel genuine to you?" "No," I said firmly. "It felt calculated. Especially when I declined his financial advice and he became angry, threatening to have me declared mentally incompetent." For the next hour, Sophia led me through my testimony, the confrontations at my house, Vanessa's accident, and her revelation about Patrick's threatening phone call, Michael's brake line being cut, and finally, the terrifying standoff in the hospital parking lot. Mrs. Campbell, Sophia said, holding up a plastic evidence bag containing my phone. Is this the device you used to record the defendant's statements during that confrontation? Yes. Your Honor, the state would like to play the recording for the jury. Judge Hernandez nodded. Proceed. The courtroom fell silent as the recording began to play. First, my voice, tense but controlled. Patrick, what are you doing? Then Patrick's chilling response. Taking care of a problem. Several problems, actually. As the recording continued, I forced myself to watch the jury. Their expressions ranged from shock to disgust as they heard Patrick calmly discuss his plans to kill Jack, Michael, and me, making our deaths look like accidents or suicide. When the recording ended with Reeves's arrival and Patrick's desperate attempt to use Jack as a hostage, there was a palpable tension in the courtroom. Several jurors were openly glaring at Patrick. No further questions, Your Honor, Sophia said, returning to her seat. Now came the part I'd been dreading, cross-examination by Bosworth. He approached with a sympathetic smile that didn't reach his eyes. Mrs. Campbell, first let me say how sorry I am that you experienced such a frightening situation. I didn't respond, waiting for the real questions to begin. Now, he continued, you testified that your relationship with Patrick changed after your lottery win. Isn't it true that your relationship with everyone in your life changed after you came into that money? Some relationships changed, I acknowledged carefully. Others remained steadfast. Let's be specific, Bosworth pressed. After winning over $8 million, you suddenly began a romantic relationship with Mr. Wilson, a man you'd known only casually before. Is that correct? Objection, Sophia called. Relevance and mischaracterization of the witness's testimony. Goes to the witness's state of mind and behavior following the lottery win, Your Honor, Bosworth argued. Central to our case. I'll allow it, Judge Hernandez ruled. The witness will answer. I straightened in my seat. Jack and I had known each other through the community center for 2 years before my lottery win. We became closer after I won, yes, but I wouldn't characterize our relationship as suddenly romantic. We were friends who supported each other through a difficult time. Bosworth nodded as if I'd confirmed his point. And you took a trip with this friend, this man, without telling your family where you were going, correct? I left a note saying I was on vacation, I replied. After my daughter had publicly humiliated me and my son-in-law had threatened to have me declared incompetent, I didn't feel I owed them details about my whereabouts. A few jurors nodded at this, which Bosworth clearly noticed. Let's talk about that threat, he said, changing tack. You claim my client threatened to have you declared mentally incompetent. Did he ever file any legal paperwork to that effect? Not that I'm aware of. Did he consult with doctors about your mental state? I don't know. In fact, Bosworth continued, isn't it possible that what you interpreted as a threat was actually an expression of genuine concern about your sudden behavior changes following a major life event? Objection, Sophia called again. Calls for speculation. Sustained, Judge Hernandez ruled. Bosworth didn't miss a beat. Mrs. Campbell, in the months before your lottery win, had you been experiencing any memory issues or confusion? The question caught me off guard. No. Not beyond the occasional forgetfulness anyone my age might experience. Yet you failed to remember 13 job interviews in the span of 8 months. Isn't that right? I frowned. I don't understand the question. Bosworth approached with a document. Your Honor, Defense Exhibit C, Mrs. Campbell's job application log from the period following her termination from Pine Creek Memorial Hospital. The document was displayed on a screen for the jury to see. It showed a spreadsheet with dates, company names, positions applied for, and outcomes. Many were marked no response or position filled, but a surprising number were marked interview with additional notes like forgot appointment or no show. Mrs. Campbell, Bosworth said, this is a document found on your computer. Do you recognize it? I stared at the spreadsheet, genuinely confused. It looks like my job search log, but those notes aren't mine. I never missed interviews. I couldn't afford to. Yet the evidence suggests otherwise, Bosworth said smoothly. In fact, your daughter Vanessa had to call and apologize to several potential employers on your behalf, didn't she? Absolutely not, I said, my voice rising slightly. This document has been altered. Objection, Sophia called. Defense counsel is presenting falsified evidence. Your Honor, Bosworth countered. This document was recovered from Mrs. Campbell's own computer by a forensic expert. We have the chain of custody documentation. Judge Hernandez frowned. Ms. Martinez, unless you have evidence the document has been falsified, I'll overrule the objection. Sophia looked frustrated but nodded. Mrs. Campbell, Bosworth continued, isn't it possible that your memory of these events is not as reliable as you believe? No, I said firmly. That document has been tampered with. I never missed interviews. This is exactly the kind of thing Patrick was preparing. Remember the USB drive with falsified emails and altered photos that Vanessa found in his desk? Objection, Bosworth called. The witness is introducing evidence not in the record. Sustained, Judge Hernandez ruled. The jury will disregard the witness's last statement. But I could see from their expressions that the jurors hadn't missed my point. Several were looking at Patrick with renewed suspicion. Bosworth tried a different approach. Mrs. Campbell, let's discuss the recording we just heard. You deliberately activated your phone's recording function when you encountered my client at the hospital, correct? Yes. So, you went into that interaction expecting trouble? I was cautious, I corrected. Given what Vanessa had overheard and what had happened to Michael, I thought it prudent to record any interaction with Patrick. In other words, Bosworth said, you were already convinced of my client's guilt before the parking lot confrontation ever occurred. I was concerned based on evidence, I replied. Patrick's own wife had overheard him discussing making something look natural and talking about how accidents happen to people her age. Then my son's brake lines were cut. Those aren't assumptions. Those are facts. Bosworth looked annoyed at my refusal to be rattled. Mrs. Campbell, one final question. If you were so convinced my client intended you harm, why did you go to the hospital alone when you received that call about your son? I wasn't alone, I pointed out. Jack drove me there. Ah, yes, Mr. Wilson. The man who conveniently had a friend on the police force who arrived just in time to save the day. The man who now stands to benefit considerably from his relationship with a multi-millionaire widow. Objection. Sophia was on her feet. Counsel is testifying and making inflammatory insinuations. Sustained, Judge Hernandez ruled sharply. Mr. Bosworth, confine yourself to questions, not commentary. Bosworth nodded. No further questions, Your Honor. As I returned to my seat, I felt drained but satisfied. Despite Bosworth's attempts to paint me as confused and Jack as opportunistic, I thought the jury had seen through his tactics. Over the next several days, the prosecution called a parade of witnesses, Michael, testifying from a wheelchair as he was still recovering from his injuries, Vanessa, tearfully recounting Patrick's controlling behavior and the phone conversation she'd overheard, the mechanic who had examined Michael's car and confirmed the brake lines had been deliberately cut, Detective Reeves, describing the scene at the hospital and Patrick's subsequent arrest. Finally, it was Jack's turn. He took the stand with quiet dignity, answering Sophia's questions clearly and calmly. He described our friendship, the concerns about Patrick's behavior, and the terrifying moments in the hospital parking lot when Patrick had held a gun to his head. What was going through your mind during those moments, Mr. Wilson? Sophia asked. Jack's eyes found mine in the gallery. I was afraid, certainly. But mostly, I was worried about Eleanor. I kept thinking that if Patrick succeeded in his plan, she would blame herself. And she deserved so much better than that. When Bosworth began his cross-examination, his approach with Jack was more aggressive than it had been with me. Mr. Wilson, you were a high school principal for 30 years, correct? Yes, Jack confirmed. A position of authority, of respect in the community. I suppose so, yes. Bosworth nodded. And then you retired. No more authority. No more community standing. Just another retiree in Pine Creek. Objection, Sophia called. Is there a question here? I'm establishing the witness's state of mind, Your Honor, Bosworth argued. Get to the question, Mr. Bosworth. Judge Hernandez directed. Mr. Wilson, Isn't it true that your relationship with Mrs. Campbell only began after she won the lottery? Jack's expression remained calm. Our friendship deepened after Eleanor's lottery win, yes. But not because of it. Rather, because she was going through a difficult time and needed support. Support? Bosworth repeated skeptically. And this support included accompanying her on a private getaway to a luxury house in the Berkshires? It did, Jack acknowledged. As a friend. A friend, Bosworth echoed again. Mr. Wilson, have you received any financial benefits from your friendship with Mrs. Campbell? No, Jack said firmly. I haven't asked for or received any money from Eleanor. But you've enjoyed expensive dinners, vacations, gifts, all funded by her lottery winnings, correct? Jack shook his head. We split expenses for dinners out. The Berkshires house was loaned to Eleanor by her attorney's colleague. And the only gift I've received from her was a book of poetry for my birthday. Bosworth looked frustrated by Jack's straightforward answers. Mr. Wilson, you testified that you were concerned about Patrick Mitchell's intentions toward Mrs. Campbell. Yet you allowed her to enter the hospital alone when you suspected danger. Why? Hospital policy, Jack explained. They wouldn't let me accompany her to the treatment room. But I stayed in the reception area with a clear view of the hallway, ready to intervene if needed. And then you conveniently stepped outside to take a phone call, leaving Mrs. Campbell unprotected? Jack's eyes narrowed slightly. There was nothing convenient about it. The call appeared to be from Detective Reeves, so I answered it. It turned out to be Patrick, disguising his number. By the time I realized the deception, he was already there. How fortunate that your old student, Detective Reeves, arrived in time to prevent any tragedy, Bosworth remarked. Objection, Sophia called. Counsel is editorializing again. Sustained, Judge Hernandez ruled. Mr. Bosworth, I've warned you once already. Bosworth nodded. No further questions, Your Honor. After the prosecution rested its case, the defense began calling its own witnesses. Character witnesses for Patrick, colleagues from his financial firm, fellow church members, parents from Emma and Tyler's school, all testifying to his reputation as a family man and upstanding citizen. Then came the expert witnesses, a psychologist who had never met me but testified about the potential cognitive and behavioral effects of sudden wealth, a forensic computer analyst who claimed the job search log found on my computer showed no signs of tampering, a ballistics expert who questioned whether the gun Patrick had used was actually loaded during the hospital confrontation. Finally, to my surprise, Patrick himself took the stand. He was well prepared, dressed in a conservative suit, his demeanor contrite yet dignified. As Bosworth led him through his testimony, he painted a picture of a concerned son-in-law worried about an elderly relative's mental decline following a major life change. I noticed changes in Eleanor's behavior almost immediately after the lottery win, Patrick testified. Mood swings, impulsive decisions, paranoia about family members' intentions. And what actions did you take based on these observations? Bosworth asked. At first, I tried to help, Patrick claimed, offered my professional expertise in managing her sudden wealth. When she rejected that, becoming increasingly hostile, I discussed with Vanessa the possibility of a competency hearing, not to take control of her money, but to ensure she had the support she needed to make sound decisions. And the events at the hospital? Bosworth prompted. Patrick's expression turned sorrowful. I was desperate. Michael had been in an accident. Eleanor was behaving erratically, suddenly spending time with this man none of us knew well. I went to the hospital to talk to her, to try one last time to reason with her. Did you bring a gun to that meeting? Yes, Patrick admitted. I had received threats due to a client's investment losses. I had a permit and had been carrying it for protection. I never intended to use it against Eleanor or Mr. Wilson. Then how do you explain the recording we heard? Patrick sighed deeply. I said things I deeply regret. Things born of frustration and fear, not genuine intent. I was trying to scare Eleanor into listening to me, into seeing what her behavior was doing to our family. It was wrong, terribly wrong, but I never would have actually harmed anyone. It was a masterful performance. Looking at the jury, I could see that some were at least considering his version of events. Then it was Sophia's turn for cross-examination. Mr. Mitchell, she began, You testified that you were concerned about Mrs. Campbell's mental state following her lottery win. Did you ever suggest she see a doctor about these concerns? Patrick hesitated. Not directly, no. Did you consult with her existing physician?
No.
Did you speak with any medical professional at all about your supposed concerns? No, but... In fact, Sophia interrupted, the only professional you consulted was a lawyer about having her declared incompetent. Isn't that right? I spoke with a lawyer about options, yes. Sophia nodded. Now, let's talk about your financial situation in the months leading up to these events. Your firm, Mitchell Financial Advisors, was under investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission, wasn't it? Patrick's composed facade cracked slightly. There was a routine audit. Not so routine, Sophia countered, approaching with a document. States Exhibit 47, Your Honor. A letter from the SEC to the defendant dated 2 weeks before Mrs. Campbell's lottery win, indicating serious concerns about client fund management and potential misappropriation. As the document was displayed for the jury, Patrick's jaw tightened. That was a misunderstanding that was later resolved. Resolved after Mrs. Campbell's lottery win provided you with cash to cover the discrepancies? Sophia suggested. Objection. Bosworth called. Speculation and prejudicial. Sustained, Judge Hernandez ruled. The jury will disregard. But the damage was done. The jurors had seen the letter, had made the connection Sophia wanted them to make. Mr. Mitchell, you testified that you brought a gun to the hospital for protection due to client threats. Do you have any documentation of these threats? Police reports? Emails? They were verbal, Patrick claimed. How convenient, Sophia remarked. And this gun? You pointed it at Jack Wilson's head and threatened to kill him. Was that also for protection? I was emotional, Patrick admitted. I made a terrible mistake. A mistake, Sophia repeated. Like cutting Michael Campbell's brake lines was a mistake? Like planning to stage Mrs. Campbell's suicide was a mistake. Objection. Bosworth was on his feet. Counsel is badgering the witness and assuming facts not in evidence. Sustained, Judge Hernandez ruled. Ms. Martinez, confine yourself to established facts. Sophia nodded. Mr. Mitchell, the recording we heard clearly captures you saying, and I quote, "Paperwork can be challenged, especially when the deceased wasn't of sound mind." You then described how you planned to make Eleanor Campbell's death look like suicide driven by grief. Are you claiming those statements were not genuine? Patrick swallowed visibly. As I said, I was trying to frighten Eleanor into listening to reason. I spoke out of desperation, not true intent. One final question, Mr. Mitchell, Sophia said. If your concern was truly for Mrs. Campbell's well-being, why did you hide a USB drive containing falsified documents and manipulated photos designed to discredit her? Objection. Bosworth shouted. The defense has had no opportunity to examine this alleged evidence. Your Honor, Sophia countered, this USB drive was submitted with our evidence list. It was found by Vanessa Mitchell in the defendant's desk and turned over to police. Judge Hernandez looked at Bosworth. The prosecution is correct, counsel. The USB drive and its contents were included in discovery. The defense reserves the right to recall its forensic expert to examine this evidence, Bosworth insisted. So noted, Judge Hernandez replied. The witness will answer the question. Patrick's composure had completely crumbled. I don't know anything about a USB drive. So your wife is lying? Sophia pressed. No, There must be some misunderstanding. No further questions, Your Honor, Sophia said, returning to her seat with a satisfied expression. The closing arguments came the following day. Sophia was methodical, walking the jury through the mountain of evidence. The recording, the security footage, the cut brake lines, the USB drive with its damning contents, the SEC investigation, and Patrick's own contradictory testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, she concluded, this case is not about an elderly woman's mental competence or a family's concern. It's about a man drowning in debt and legal troubles who saw his mother-in-law's lottery winnings as a lifeline. When she refused to hand over control of her money, he escalated from manipulation to violence. The evidence proves beyond any reasonable doubt that Patrick Mitchell attempted to murder Eleanor Campbell, Jack Wilson, and Michael Campbell. Justice demands a guilty verdict on all counts. Bosworth's closing argument focused on reasonable doubt, questioning the reliability of the witnesses, suggesting alternative explanations for the evidence, emphasizing Patrick's previously unblemished record. Yes, Patrick Mitchell made mistakes, he acknowledged. He spoke words in anger and fear that he deeply regrets. He brought a gun to a confrontation, a serious lapse in judgment. But these actions, while wrong, do not prove an intent to commit murder. They show a desperate man trying to protect his family in the only way he knew how. He turned to look directly at me. Eleanor Campbell is not a villain in this story. She's a woman who worked hard her entire life and deserved a good fortune that came her way. But neither is Patrick Mitchell a villain. He's a man who loved his family and made terrible errors in his misguided attempt to help them. Don't compound tragedy with injustice. Find him not guilty. As the jury filed out to begin deliberations, I felt a strange calm settle over me. Whatever the verdict, I had told my truth. I had faced Patrick in court and refused to be intimidated or manipulated. Jack squeezed my hand. "You did wonderfully," he murmured. "No matter what happens now, you've won the most important battle. You've reclaimed your power." The jury deliberated for 3 days. 3 agonizing days of waiting, of jumping every time my phone rang, of sleepless nights wondering if justice would prevail or if Patrick's smooth lies would save him. When the call finally came that the jury had reached a verdict, Jack and I returned to the courthouse alongside Michael, now using a walker instead of a wheelchair, and Vanessa. The gallery was packed with reporters, curious locals, and supporters on both sides. As we waited for the jury to enter, I felt Vanessa trembling beside me. This verdict would determine not just Patrick's fate, but hers and the children's as well. No matter the outcome, their lives would never be the same. "It's going to be okay," I whispered to her. "We'll face it together." She nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. The jury filed in, their expressions giving nothing away. Patrick stood at the defense table, his posture rigid, his gaze fixed ahead. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" Judge Hernandez asked. The foreperson, a retired librarian, stood. "We have, Your Honor." "On the count of attempted murder in the first degree, how do you find?" "We find the defendant guilty." A collective gasp went through the courtroom. Vanessa's hand clutched mine painfully. "On the count of assault with a deadly weapon?" "Guilty." "On the count of conspiracy to commit murder?"
Guilty.
"On the count of tampering with a motor vehicle with intent to cause harm?" "Guilty." Patrick's shoulders slumped as the verdicts were read. Across the aisle, his parents, who had attended every day of the trial, steadfastly believing in their son's innocence, wept openly. "The defendant will be remanded into custody pending sentencing," Judge Hernandez declared. "Sentencing hearing is scheduled for 4 weeks from today. Court is adjourned." As Patrick was led away in handcuffs, he turned to look directly at me. His expression wasn't one of hatred or anger, as I'd expected. Instead, there was something that almost looked like relief, as if some burden had been lifted from him by the verdict. Our eyes held for a moment before the bailiff ushered him through the side door. That was the last time I would see Patrick Mitchell as a free man. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us, shouting questions and thrusting microphones toward our faces. Sofia Martinez stepped in, making a brief statement on our behalf while we slipped away to her office for privacy. "The sentencing range for these convictions is 15 to 40 years, she explained once we were settled. "Given the premeditated nature of the crimes and the lack of genuine remorse, I'll be pushing for the maximum." "And the children?" Vanessa asked, her voice small. "What do I tell Emma and Tyler?" "The truth," I said gently. "An age-appropriate version, but the truth. That their father made terrible choices and has to face the consequences." "They'll hate me," she whispered, "for testifying against him." "They might be angry at first," I acknowledged. "But with time and therapy, they'll understand you did what was necessary to keep them safe." Michael, who had been unusually quiet throughout the trial, finally spoke. What happens now? To all of us, I mean. It was a profound question. For months, our lives had revolved around the investigation and trial. Now that it was over, what came next? We heal, Jack suggested, echoing my own words from months earlier. Day by day. Together. That evening, Jack and I sat on the deck of his bungalow, watching the sunset. I'd moved in with him temporarily after Patrick's arrest, but neither of us had mentioned me finding my own place again. My house stood empty, a reminder of a life I no longer wanted to return to. "Penny for your thoughts?" Jack asked, setting a glass of wine beside me. "I was thinking about Patrick's parents," I admitted. "How devastated they looked at the verdict." Jack nodded. "It's a particular kind of grief. Learning your child is capable of terrible things." "I've been fortunate," I said. "Despite everything, my children found their way back to decency. They made mistakes, but not unforgivable ones. They had a good foundation," Jack pointed out. "Even when they strayed, the values you taught them remained." I sipped my wine, considering this. "I've been thinking about selling my house," I said, changing the subject. "It holds too many memories, most of them painful now." "Any thoughts on where you might want to live instead?" Jack asked carefully. I smiled at him. I was hoping my current arrangement might become permanent, if my roommate is amenable. His answering smile was bright enough to rival the setting sun. "Your roommate finds that idea very amenable indeed." Later that night, as Jack slept beside me, a recent and welcome development in our relationship, I found myself wide awake, my mind processing the events of the past months. The trial was over. Patrick was facing decades in prison. My family was slowly healing. Jack and I were building something precious together. By all measures, I had won. So, why did I still feel unsettled? The answer came to me in the early hours of the morning. It wasn't over. Not really. The sentencing still loomed. Patrick's parents still glared at me in public places. Emma and Tyler still cried for their father. Vanessa still struggled with guilt and shame. Michael still attended physical therapy 3 times a week for his injuries. The consequences of Patrick's actions would ripple through our lives for years to come. But as the first light of dawn filtered through Jack's bedroom curtains, I made a decision. I wouldn't let those ripples define us. We had survived. We had prevailed. Now it was time to truly live. I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Jack, and padded to the kitchen to make coffee. As the machine gurgled to life, I pulled out my laptop and began a list. Sell house. Travel plans, Paris in spring. Set up college funds for Emma and Tyler. Therapy for all of us. Dance lessons with Jack. Learn to paint. It was a beginning. A roadmap to the life I wanted to create from the ashes of the one that had been destroyed. By the time Jack joined me, rumpled and sleepy-eyed, I was on my second cup of coffee and feeling more optimistic than I had in months. "You're up early," he observed, kissing the top of my head before pouring his own coffee. "I had an epiphany," I explained. "We've been so focused on survival, on justice, that we haven't had time to think about what comes next." He glanced at my laptop screen. "A list?" "A beginning," I corrected. "I want to start living intentionally, Jack. Not just reacting to crises." He sat across from me, his expression thoughtful. "I like that idea. Mind if I add to the list?" I turned the laptop toward him. "Please do." He typed.
"Get a dog."
"Start that book I've been talking about writing. Take Eleanor to see the Northern Lights." "The Northern Lights?" I asked, smiling. "You mentioned it once as a place you'd like to visit," he recalled. "I've always wanted to see them too." The fact that he remembered such a small detail from a conversation months ago touched me deeply. This was what I'd been missing in my life for so long, someone who truly listened, who retained the little fragments that made up who I was. "We should do that first," I decided. "Before Paris. While there's still good Aurora viewing this year." "Eleanor Campbell," Jack said with mock seriousness, "are you suggesting we be spontaneous?" "I believe I am," I replied, matching his tone. "Is that a problem?" "Not at all," he assured me, reaching for my hand across the table. In fact, I think it's exactly what we both need. The sentencing hearing was scheduled for a month after the verdict. In the intervening weeks, life began to find a new rhythm. Vanessa started therapy, both for herself and with the children. Michael's physical recovery progressed steadily, though the doctors warned he might always walk with a slight limp. Jack and I researched Northern Lights tours, eventually booking a trip to Tromsø, Norway for the following month. We also contacted a real estate agent about listing my house, which led to the bittersweet task of sorting through decades of accumulated possessions. "What do you want to do with all this?" Jack asked one Saturday as we stood in my attic surrounded by boxes of old toys, schoolwork, and memorabilia from Vanessa and Michael's childhoods. "I'm not sure," I admitted. "It seems wrong to throw it away, but I don't have room to keep it all. Maybe ask Vanessa and Michael to come look through it? They might want some things for themselves or for the grandchildren." It was a good suggestion, and the following weekend found the four of us, Jack, Michael, Vanessa, and me, gathered in my dusty attic. What I'd feared might be a melancholy task turned into something unexpectedly healing. "Oh my God, Mom, you kept this?" Vanessa exclaimed, pulling out a gaudy papier-mâché mask she'd made in 4th grade. "It's hideous. You were so proud of it," I recalled, smiling at the memory. "You wore it around the house for weeks." "And this," Michael said, opening a box filled with baseball trophies and team photos. "Dad was so proud of these." "He never missed a game," I confirmed. Even when he was sick toward the end, he insisted on being there. As we sorted through the physical artifacts of our shared history, something shifted between us. The tension that had lingered even after the trial began to dissolve. We weren't just sorting possessions. We were reclaiming our narrative as a family. "You should keep this," I said to Vanessa, handing her a small wooden jewelry box that had been her grandmother's. "And give this to Emma when she's older." I added the pearl earrings I'd once saved for 5 years to buy.
"Mom, no," Vanessa protested.
"Those are yours. And now they'll be Emma's," I said firmly. That's how family heirlooms work. By the end of the day, we'd sorted everything into piles, items for Vanessa and Michael to take, things to donate, a few precious mementos I would keep, and trash. My house already felt lighter, less burdened by the past. As we finished, Vanessa hesitated by the attic door. "Mom, there's something I've been wanting to ask you." "What is it, honey? Would you consider moving in with us? There's the guest house behind the main house that's just sitting empty. It would give you privacy, but keep you close. And the kids would love having you there." The offer caught me completely off guard. "What about your fresh start? I thought you were planning to sell the house and move somewhere without the memories of Patrick." "I was," she admitted. "But then I realized that house was never about Patrick. We bought it for the good school district, for the yard where the kids could play, for the extra space for family gatherings. Why should I give up a home I love because he tainted it? Better to reclaim it, fill it with new, better memories." I glanced at Jack, who gave me an encouraging nod. "It's a generous offer, Vanessa. Let me think about it." "Of course," she said. "No pressure. Just know the option is there." As Jack and I drove back to his place that evening, I mulled over Vanessa's suggestion. "What do you think?" I finally asked him. "I think it's a sign of how far your relationship with Vanessa has come," he said carefully. "But I also think you need to decide what you truly want, not just what would make her happy." "And what about us?" I asked, the question that had been hovering unspoken between us. "If I moved into Vanessa's guest house?" "We would adapt," he said simply. "Whether that means me visiting you there, you visiting me here, or some other arrangement entirely. What matters is that we're in each other's lives, Eleanor. The geography is secondary." His flexibility and understanding only reinforced what I already knew, that I had found, late in life, a partner in the truest sense of the word. The day of Patrick's sentencing arrived with a peculiar sense of finality. Once again, we gathered in the Pine Creek County Courthouse. Me, Jack, Michael, Vanessa, and this time, Emma and Tyler as well. Vanessa had decided they were old enough to witness this chapter closing, though she'd prepared them carefully for what they might hear. Patrick's parents sat on the opposite side of the gallery, their faces drawn with grief. His mother caught my eye briefly, her expression a complex mixture of anger and despair. I nodded slightly in acknowledgement of her pain. Whatever Patrick had done, they were still parents, losing a son to prison. All rise for the Honorable Judge Marilyn Hernandez. As the proceedings began, Sofia Martinez presented the state's recommendation for sentencing, 40 years, the maximum allowed. She emphasized the premeditated nature of Patrick's crimes, the multiple victims, and his lack of genuine remorse. Bosworth argued for leniency, citing Patrick's previously clean record, his community involvement, and the impact a lengthy sentence would have on his children. Then it was time for victim impact statements. Michael went first, describing the physical and emotional toll of Patrick's attempt on his life. Though he still needed a cane to walk, he stood tall at the podium, his voice steady as he addressed the court. My brother-in-law didn't just attack my body when he cut my brake lines, he concluded. He attacked my sense of security, my trust in others. These are injuries that don't heal with physical therapy. They require a different kind of rehabilitation, one that includes knowing justice has been served. Vanessa had chosen not to make a statement, feeling her testimony during the trial had said everything necessary. Instead, she sat with an arm around each of her children, her expression resolute. When my turn came, I approached the podium with a clarity I hadn't expected to feel. I'd agonized over what to say, written and rewritten my statement dozens of times. But standing there, looking at Patrick in his prison jumpsuit, the words flowed naturally. Your Honor, I come before you not seeking vengeance, but accountability. Patrick Mitchell didn't just try to take my life. He tried to take my dignity, my autonomy, my right to decide how to use the good fortune that came to me. In doing so, he caused immeasurable harm, not just to me, but to his wife, his children, his brother-in-law, and even to my friend Jack Wilson, who was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. I paused, gathering my thoughts. But despite his actions, I stand here today stronger than before. I have reclaimed my power, rebuilt relationships with my children, and found joy I didn't know was possible at this stage of my life. Patrick failed in his ultimate goal, to break me. For that reason, I can face him today without hatred. I ask only that the sentence reflect the gravity of his crimes and ensure that he cannot harm others as he sought to harm us. Finally, Judge Hernandez asked Patrick if he wished to address the court before sentencing. He stood slowly, his shoulders hunched in a way I'd never seen before. Your Honor, he began, his voice hoarse, I've had a lot of time to think since the trial. About what I did. About why I did it. The truth is, I was drowning. In debt, in failed ambitions, in the fear of being exposed as a fraud. When Eleanor won that lottery, I didn't see a person. I saw a solution to all my problems. He turned slightly, looking at me directly for the first time. I convinced myself I was entitled to that money. That I deserved it more than you did. That taking it by whatever means necessary was somehow justified. I was wrong. Terribly, unforgivably wrong. Nothing I can say will undo the harm I've caused, but I want the court to know that I accept responsibility for my actions and whatever sentence is imposed. His words seemed genuine, but after months of his manipulation and lies, I couldn't trust my judgment of his sincerity. Beside me, Vanessa wept silently, while Emma and Tyler looked confused and distressed. Judge Hernandez considered for a long moment before delivering her sentence. Mr. Mitchell, the crimes for which you have been convicted represent a profound breach of trust and a callous disregard for human life. The fact that your victims included family members only compounds the severity of your actions. While I acknowledge your acceptance of responsibility today, it comes after a trial in which you repeatedly denied culpability and attempted to portray your mother-in-law as mentally unstable. She paused, looking down at her notes. Taking all factors into consideration, including the premeditated nature of your crimes, the multiple victims, and the need to protect society from further harm, I hereby sentence you to 35 years in the state penitentiary. You will be eligible for parole consideration after serving 25 years. The gallery remained silent as the sentence was pronounced. No gasps, no outbursts, just the weight of 35 years settling over all of us. As Patrick was led away, he turned once more to look at his children. "I'm sorry," he mouthed to them. Tyler buried his face in his mother's side, but Emma, always the stronger of the two, met her father's gaze steadily, neither accepting nor rejecting his apology. Outside the courthouse, Patrick's mother approached us as we were leaving. Vanessa tense beside me, pulling the children closer. "Mrs. Mitchell," I acknowledged cautiously. "Mrs. Campbell," she replied, her voice tight. I wanted to say,
I'm sorry.
for what Patrick did, for what all of you have suffered. It was clearly difficult for her to make this gesture, and I appreciated it all the more for that. "Thank you," I said simply. "And I'm sorry for what you and Mr. Mitchell are going through. No parent should have to see their child in this situation." She nodded, tears filling her eyes. "The children," she said, looking at Emma and Tyler. "Will we still be allowed to see them?" Vanessa stepped forward. "Of course," she said softly. "They need all the love and support they can get right now. You're still their grandparents." Mrs. Mitchell's relief was palpable. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you." As she walked away to join her husband, I felt something loosen in my chest, a knot of tension I hadn't even realized was there. In that small moment of grace between Vanessa and Mrs. Mitchell, I glimpsed the possibility of healing extending beyond our immediate family. That evening, we gathered at Vanessa's house for dinner, a deliberate choice to end this difficult day surrounded by family. As we sat around her dining table, the same table where months ago she had called me a burden, the contrast was striking. "I'd like to propose a toast," Michael said, raising his glass.
To Mom.
For her courage, her resilience, and her forgiveness. We wouldn't be here, together, without her. "To Mom," Vanessa echoed, lifting her glass. Even the children joined in, though Tyler was more interested in the sparkling cider than the sentiment behind it. As conversation flowed around me, I found myself observing rather than participating, taking in the tableau of my family. Michael, still bearing the physical scars of Patrick's violence, but laughing at something Jack had said. Vanessa, her face more relaxed than I'd seen it in years, helping Emma with her dinner. Tyler, innocent of the full weight of the day's events, happily chattering about a school project. And Jack, fitting into the scene as if he'd always belonged there, his presence a steadying force not just for me but for all of us. "Penny, for your thoughts?" he murmured, noticing my contemplation. "I was just thinking about how much has changed," I replied. "And how much I have to be grateful for, despite everything." He squeezed my hand under the table. "You've built this, Eleanor. This healing, this coming together, it's because of you." I shook my head slightly. "We've all built it. Together." Later, as we were preparing to leave, Vanessa pulled me aside. "Have you thought any more about the guest house?" she asked. "I have," I admitted. "And I've talked it over with Jack. And I think it might be good for all of us," I said. "At least for a while. The children need stability right now, and having me nearby might help." Vanessa's face lit up. "Really? You'll do it?" "With one condition," I added. "That you understand this is a temporary arrangement. I need to maintain my independence, Vanessa. And Jack and I, well, we're still figuring out what our future looks like." "Of course," she agreed quickly. "However long you want to stay, under whatever terms make you comfortable. I want you close, Mom. I wasted so many years pushing you away. I don't want to waste any more." I hugged her, this daughter who had hurt me so deeply and was now trying so earnestly to make amends. "No more wasted time," I agreed. "For any of us." The next month passed in a whirlwind of activity. Jack and I took our trip to Norway, spending magical nights watching the aurora borealis dance across the sky, bundled together against the Arctic cold. We returned refreshed and more certain than ever that whatever the future held, we would face it together. My house sold quickly. A young family with 2 small children who fell in love with the backyard where my own children had once played. I found it fitting that the house would be filled with children's laughter again. Moving into Vanessa's guest house felt strange at first. The small cottage-like structure behind the main house had been used primarily for storage since they'd bought the property, but Vanessa had worked tirelessly to transform it into a comfortable living space. Fresh paint, new furniture, paid for with her own money, she insisted, not mine. Even a small garden outside the bedroom window. "It's perfect," I told her when she gave me the key. "Thank you." "I should be thanking you," she replied, "for giving us another chance. For being here for the kids during all this." "That's what mothers do," I said simply. Jack spent several nights a week at the guest house, and I stayed at his place the others. We established a rhythm that allowed us both the togetherness we craved and the independence we valued. 3 months after Patrick's sentencing, I received a letter from him. It arrived at the guest house address, which meant Vanessa must have forwarded it from the main house. I stared at the envelope for a long time before opening it. Inside was a single page of lined paper, covered in Patrick's precise handwriting. "Eleanor," it began, "I'm writing not to ask forgiveness. I know I have no right to that, but to acknowledge the full extent of the harm I've caused. Prison has given me nothing but time to reflect on my actions and their consequences. The man I became is unrecognizable to me now. Greed, pride, and fear drove me to betray every principle I claim to uphold and to hurt people I should have protected. I want you to know that I am participating in every rehabilitation program available to me here. Not in hopes of reducing my sentence, but because I genuinely want to understand how I could have justified such terrible actions to myself. Perhaps someday this work will allow me to be of service to others, to prevent someone else from following the path I chose. I don't expect a response to this letter. I simply needed to tell you that your impact statement at my sentencing affected me deeply. Your strength and dignity in the face of my cruelty was a mirror that showed me the truth of what I had become. For that painful but necessary reflection, I am grateful. Patrick." I set the letter down, unsure how to feel. Was this another manipulation? A play for sympathy that might somehow benefit him later? Or was it possible that Patrick was genuinely reckoning with his actions? In the end, I decided it didn't matter. Whether his remorse was genuine or not, I had already moved beyond the need for it. My healing wasn't dependent on his redemption. I put the letter in a drawer and didn't mention it to Vanessa or the children. Some burdens didn't need to be shared. 6 months after the trial, on a warm spring evening, Jack and I sat in the small garden outside the guest house, sharing a bottle of wine. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the lawn where Emma and Tyler were playing with their new puppy, a golden retriever named Max that Vanessa had finally agreed to after months of pleading. "They seem happier," Jack observed. "The children. They're resilient," I agreed. "And Vanessa has done an amazing job helping them process everything. She's learned from the best," Jack said, raising his glass to me. I smiled, accepting the compliment. "We've all learned a lot this past year." Jack set his wine down and reached into his pocket. "Speaking of learning," he said, "I've been learning that life is unpredictable and precious. That second chances don't always come along. That when you find something good, you should hold on to it." He withdrew a small box and placed it on the table between us. "This isn't a traditional proposal," he continued. "We're both too old and set in our ways for that. But it is an invitation to make official what I think we both already know." My heart raced as I opened the box. Inside was a simple silver band with a small sapphire, my birthstone. "Jack," I breathed. "Eleanor Campbell," he said, taking my hand. "Would you consider becoming Eleanor Wilson? Or keeping your name, hyphenating, whatever you prefer. The paperwork is less important to me than the commitment." Tears filled my eyes, not of sadness or even overwhelming joy, but of a deep, settled happiness. "Yes," I said simply. "Yes, I would consider that. In fact, I'm done considering. My answer is yes." He slipped the ring onto my finger, where it sat comfortably, as if it had always belonged there. "I love you, Eleanor," he said. "Not despite everything we've been through, but including it. All of it has brought us here." "I love you too," I replied. "And you're right, I wouldn't change a moment of our journey, difficult as parts of it have been." From across the lawn came shrieks of laughter as Max bounded after the children, his golden fur catching the last rays of sunlight. Vanessa appeared at the back door of the main house, smiling at the scene. "Mom? Jack. Dinner's almost ready, if you want to join us." Jack looked at me questioningly. "Shall we tell them?" I nodded, standing and taking his hand. "Vanessa," I called, "we have some news." As we walked toward the house, my daughter coming to meet us halfway, I felt a profound sense of rightness settle over me. The journey from that painful dinner months ago to this moment had been filled with unimaginable challenges and unexpected blessings. I had been called a burden and discovered I was actually a source of strength. I had been betrayed and found deeper loyalty. I had faced violence and emerged with greater peace. Most importantly, I had learned that it's never too late to reclaim your power, to rewrite your story, to find love in its many forms. The lottery win that Patrick had coveted so desperately, the money he had been willing to kill for, had changed my life, yes. But not in the way anyone could have predicted. The true fortune hadn't been the millions in my bank account. It had been the discovery of my own worth, beyond what I could give to others. The recognition that I deserved respect, love, and joy simply for being who I was. That was the burden's fortune, the unexpected gift that comes when you finally set down the weight of others' expectations and stand tall in your own truth. As Vanessa reached us, her eyes immediately spotting the ring, her face lighting up with genuine happiness for me, I knew with absolute certainty that I was exactly where I was meant to be. Not a burden, not a lottery ticket, just Eleanor Campbell, soon to be Wilson, living the life she had earned through resilience, courage, and an open heart. And that, in the end, was worth more than all the lottery winnings in the world. If you're still watching, hit subscribe right now and drop a comment telling me if you've ever found happiness after heartbreak. Because what happens next in my story might just give you hope that it's never too late for a second act. 5 years later. Grandma. Grandpa Jack. You're back. Emma's voice carried across the arrivals hall at Pine Creek Regional Airport as she spotted us emerging from the security area. At 15, she'd shot up in height during the 6 months we'd been away, her lanky frame reminiscent of Vanessa at the same age. Beside her, 12-year-old Tyler fidgeted impatiently, his attention divided between our arrival and the video game in his hands. "There they are," I said to Jack, squeezing his hand as we wheeled our luggage toward the small welcoming committee. Emma reached us first, throwing her arms around me with the uncomplicated affection that had become her hallmark these past few years. "I missed you so much. Did you bring me something from Japan? How was the Great Wall? Did you really ride elephants in Thailand?" "Slow down," I laughed, returning her embrace. "Yes to all of it, and we have gifts and about 1,000 photos to show you." Tyler finally pocketed his game and offered a more reserved greeting, a quick hug and a mumbled welcome home that nonetheless conveyed genuine pleasure at our return. Vanessa stood a few paces back, giving the children their moment before stepping forward to embrace both Jack and me. "Welcome home, travelers," she said. "You both look different. Good different. 6 months exploring Asia will do that to you," Jack replied with a smile. "Nothing like climbing temple steps in 100-degree heat to keep you young. Or to remind you that you're definitely not young anymore," I added wryly, rubbing my still-aching knee from our final trek in Nepal. Michael appeared from the parking area, slightly breathless. "Sorry I'm late," he said, giving us each a hug. Clinic ran over. Welcome home. As we made our way to Vanessa's SUV, the children peppering us with questions about our journey, I felt the familiar but always surprising wave of gratitude that now accompanied these family gatherings. 5 years had transformed us all in ways I could never have imagined on that terrible night when Patrick had held a gun to Jack's head in a hospital parking lot. "Mom, are you listening?" Vanessa's voice broke through my thoughts. "Sorry, jet lag," I apologized. "What were you saying?" "I asked if you're coming straight to the house or if you want to go to your place first." "Our place, I think," Jack answered for both of us. "We could use a shower and a nap before family dinner night." Our place was a charming craftsman-style bungalow we'd purchased 3 years ago, after my time in Vanessa's guest house had run its natural course. Located halfway between Vanessa's neighborhood and Michael's, it offered the perfect balance of independence and proximity to family. As Vanessa drove us home, I gazed out at Pine Creek through new eyes. The town hadn't changed much in our absence. The same storefronts along Main Street, the same parks where children played, the same church steeples punctuating the skyline. But I had changed. 6 months of wandering through countries where I couldn't speak the language, navigating unfamiliar customs, and experiencing wonders I'd only read about had shifted something fundamental in my perception. "You're quiet," Jack observed softly, his hand finding mine in the back seat. "Just reflecting," I replied, "on how far we've come." His smile, still the same one that had first attracted me at the community center years ago, conveyed perfect understanding. We developed that kind of silent communication over our 4 years of marriage, the ability to convey complex emotions with just a glance or a touch. When we pulled up to our house, I felt the peculiar dissonance of returning to a familiar place as a slightly different person. The garden Jack had so carefully tended before our departure had been maintained in our absence, Michael's doing, no doubt. The porch light was on despite the afternoon sun, and a "Welcome Home" banner hung across the front door. "The kids insisted," Vanessa explained with a smile as she helped unload our luggage. "We'll see you at 7 for dinner?" Michael confirmed, checking his watch. "That gives you about 4 hours to rest." "Perfect," I assured him. "And Michael? Thank you for looking after the house." He waved off my gratitude. "Least I could do while you two were off having adventures around the world." After they left, Jack and I stood in our living room, surrounded by the silence of our home. Everything was exactly as we'd left it, yet something felt different. Perhaps just the contrast with the constant motion and noise of the past 6 months. "Home," Jack sighed, wrapping his arms around me from behind. "As wonderful as our travels were, I've missed this." "Me too," I admitted, leaning back against his solid warmth. "Though I'm already thinking about where we should go next." He chuckled. "Let's at least unpack from this trip before planning the next one." "Spoil sport," I teased.
Fine.
"Shower first, then nap, then family dinner. But tomorrow, I'm getting out the maps." "Deal," he agreed, pressing a kiss to my temple. For hours later, refreshed and somewhat adjusted to the time difference, we joined the family at Vanessa's house for a welcome home dinner. Michael and his girlfriend Claire were already there when we arrived, helping to set the table while Emma regaled them with details from her latest school play. "There they are," Michael exclaimed as we entered. The world travelers returned to grace us with their presence. Claire, a pediatrician who joined Michael's practice 2 years ago and gradually worked her way into his heart, offered us each a warm hug. "We've been dying to hear about your adventures," she said. "Michael's been living vicariously through your emails." "Don't believe a word of it," Michael protested good-naturedly. "I've been far too busy saving lives to obsess over your travel photos." He had a map in his office with pins marking everywhere you went, Claire stage whispered to me. "And he made me look at every single photo you sent." Dinner was a lively affair, with Jack and I taking turns sharing stories from our journey. The sunrise at Angkor Wat, the bustling streets of Tokyo, the serenity of Bhutan's monasteries. The children listened with rapt attention, especially when we presented them with their promised souvenirs, a traditional Japanese kimono for Emma and a hand-carved chess set from Thailand for Tyler. "And for the adults," Jack announced, producing a bottle of sake from Japan, "something to enjoy after the children are in bed." "Speaking of bed," Vanessa said, glancing at the clock, "it's a school night, you two. Homework check, and then lights out." As the children reluctantly departed, with Emma taking one last lingering look at her kimono, the adults moved to the living room with glasses of sake. The conversation shifted, becoming more reflective. "So," Michael began, settling beside Claire on the sofa, "6 months traveling the world. Did you find what you were looking for?" It was a perceptive question, one that acknowledged our journey had been about more than just sightseeing. Jack and I exchanged a glance. "I think we did," I answered carefully. "Though, I'm not sure we knew exactly what we were looking for when we left. Perspective, maybe, Jack suggested. A reminder of how vast and varied the world is, and how small our troubles are in comparison. And did you get that perspective? Claire asked, genuinely curious. I thought about it, swirling the sake in my glass. Yes and no. Some things become clearer from a distance. Others, you carry them with you no matter how far you travel. Vanessa, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spoke up. I got a letter from Patrick last month. The name dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water, creating ripples of tension. Though we had all moved forward with our lives, Patrick's shadow still fell across our family narrative. What did he want? Michael asked, his voice carefully neutral. To know about the children, Vanessa replied. He's eligible for his first parole hearing next year. He wanted to know if they would consider seeing him. 5 years into his 35-year sentence, Patrick had maintained sporadic contact with Vanessa regarding the children. Emma and Tyler had visited him exactly once, 3 years ago, a difficult experience that had left all parties unsettled. Since then, communication had been limited to occasional letters and supervised phone calls. What did you tell him? I asked gently. That it would be their decision, Vanessa said. Emma's old enough now to understand what happened, to make an informed choice. Tyler still struggles with it all. And how do you feel about it? Jack asked the question that hung in the air. Vanessa sighed, setting down her sake glass. Conflicted. He's still their father. But every time I consider allowing more contact, I remember what he tried to do to you, to Michael, to all of us. The counselor says it's normal to have these mixed feelings, Michael reminded her. Patrick was your husband for 12 years. You can acknowledge the good memories while still recognizing the terrible choices he made. I know, Vanessa said. It's just harder now that the parole hearing is approaching. It makes it all feel real again. I reached across to squeeze her hand. Whatever you and the children decide, we'll support you. There's no right or wrong answer here. Thank you, she said softly. I've missed your wisdom these past months. Hardly wisdom, I demurred. Just the perspective of someone who's had more time to process it all. The conversation gradually shifted to lighter topics. Michael and Claire's plans to renovate their kitchen, Vanessa's recent promotion at the real estate agency, Emma's upcoming driver's permit test, a prospect that terrified us all. As the evening wound down, Jack and I made our way home, walking the short distance from Vanessa's house to ours in the mild spring air. The streets of Pine Creek were quiet, most windows already dark. It's strange, I reflected as we walked hand in hand. Being away for so long made me see how much has healed in our family. But coming back reminds me that some wounds are still tender. Patrick, Jack nodded in understanding. The possibility of parole? I hadn't considered how that would affect everyone. It's still a long shot, Jack pointed out. First hearings rarely result in release, especially for violent crimes. I know, I agreed. But just the idea of him potentially being free again has stirred everything up. Jack squeezed my hand. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. That's what we do now. I smiled up at him. This man who had stood beside me through the darkest and brightest moments of the past 5 years. Yes, it is. The next morning, still adjusting to the time difference, I woke before dawn. Leaving Jack sleeping peacefully, I padded to the kitchen to make coffee, then took my mug out to the back porch to watch the sunrise. Our yard, like our house, felt simultaneously familiar and strange after our long absence. The rose bushes Jack had planted were in full bloom, their fragrance heavy in the morning air. The small vegetable garden we'd started was being tended in our absence, another of Michael's contributions. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, I found myself thinking about the letter Vanessa had mentioned. Patrick, eligible for parole. The possibility, however remote, of him returning to Pine Creek. What would that mean for all of us? I had long since moved past hatred or even active fear of Patrick. The man who had once held a gun to Jack's head felt like a character from a story now, not a real threat. But his potential return would reopen questions I'd thought were settled, force decisions I'd hoped never to face again. Penny for your thoughts? Jack's voice came from the doorway behind me. I turned to smile at him, holding out my hand, just contemplating the Patrick situation. He joined me on the porch swing, his warmth welcome in the cool morning air. Anything specific? If he does eventually get parole, I said slowly, I'll have to decide whether to see him. Jack didn't immediately respond, giving the question the consideration it deserved. Do you want to see him? I don't know, I admitted. Part of me says no. That chapter is closed. Why reopen it? But another part wonders if there might be, I don't know, closure in a final conversation? There's no rush to decide, Jack reminded me. Even if he applies for parole, it could be years before he's released, if ever. You're right, I agreed. And we have much more immediate matters to address. Like what? I smiled, reaching for his hand. Like planning our next adventure, of course. Jack laughed, the sound blending with the morning bird song. You're insatiable, Eleanor Wilson. We've barely unpacked from Asia. I'm thinking South America this time, I continued, ignoring his mock protest. The Galapagos, Machu Picchu, the Amazon. How about we start with breakfast, he suggested, pulling me to my feet. Adventures require proper fuel. As we prepared breakfast together in our kitchen, a dance we'd perfected over years of shared mornings, I found myself reflecting on how thoroughly my life had transformed. From a widow struggling to make ends meet, seen as a burden by her own children, to a woman with the freedom and means to explore the world with her beloved husband. From someone desperate for her family's approval to someone secure enough in her own worth to make choices based on her own desires. The lottery win had been the catalyst, certainly. But the true transformation had come from within, from the courage to stand up for myself, to demand respect, to open my heart to new possibilities even after profound betrayal. Later that morning, as Jack and I sorted through the accumulated mail from our absence, the doorbell rang. I opened it to find Arthur Goldstein standing on our porch, looking much the same as he had 5 years ago when he'd first helped me establish my trust. Arthur, I exclaimed, genuinely pleased to see him. What a wonderful surprise. Eleanor, he greeted me warmly. Jack told me you were returning yesterday. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, I assured him, ushering him inside. We're still catching up on everything we missed while we were away. Jack emerged from the study to greet Arthur with a handshake that turned into a hug. The two men had developed a friendship over the years, bonding over their shared interest in local history and their mutual protective instincts toward me. Coffee, I offered, leading Arthur to the living room. Please, he accepted, settling into an armchair. I won't stay long. I just wanted to welcome you home in person and, well, to discuss a matter that's come up in your absence. Something in his tone alerted me. Is everything all right? The trust? The investments? All fine, he assured me quickly. This is of a more personal nature. Jack and I exchanged glances as I served the coffee. What is it, Arthur? I asked, taking a seat beside Jack on the sofa. Arthur took a deep breath. I received a letter from Patrick Mitchell. The name hung in the air, an echo of our conversation with Vanessa the previous evening. What did he want? Jack asked, his arm instinctively moving around my shoulders. To speak with Eleanor, Arthur said, his eyes on me. He's applying for parole next year, as I'm sure you've heard. Part of his application includes making amends to those he harmed. He's requesting a meeting with you. I set my coffee cup down carefully, my hands suddenly unsteady. When? There's no immediate timeline, Arthur clarified. The parole hearing isn't for another 10 months. But he wanted to make the request formally, through proper channels rather than directly contacting you. That's surprisingly respectful, Jack observed cautiously. Indeed, Arthur agreed. According to his letter, he's completed several rehabilitation programs during his incarceration. Anger management, financial literacy, ethical decision-making. He claims to have had a genuine change of heart. People can change, I said softly, surprising myself with the words. They can, Arthur acknowledged. Whether Patrick Mitchell has is another question entirely. Do I need to decide now? I asked. Not at all, Arthur assured me. I simply wanted you to know about the request. Take all the time you need to consider it, or decline entirely. Your well-being is the priority here. After Arthur left, promising to handle any response to Patrick I might eventually decide to make, Jack and I sat in thoughtful silence. "Well," Jack finally said, "the universe certainly didn't waste any time throwing us back into the deep end, did it?" I smiled despite the tension I felt. So much for easing back into normal life. "What are you thinking?" he asked gently. I considered the question carefully. "I'm thinking that 5 years is both a very long time and not long at all. That people can change, but true redemption requires more than just time served. That I'm not the same woman Patrick tried to harm, but that doesn't mean I owe him forgiveness." "All valid points," Jack agreed. "And your instinct? About whether to meet with him?" "I don't know yet," I admitted. "I need to think about it, to understand my own motivations for agreeing or declining." Jack nodded. "Whatever you decide, I'm with you. If you want to meet him, I'll be right there. If you never want to hear his name again, I'll support that too." I leaned into his embrace, grateful beyond words for his steady presence. "I know you will. That's why I love you." And here I thought it was for my youthful good looks and charming wit, he teased, lightening the moment. Over the next few weeks, as we settled back into our Pine Creek routines, I found myself turning Patrick's request over in my mind during quiet moments. I discussed it with my therapist, Dr. Sean Rivera, whom I'd been seeing since shortly after Patrick's arrest. His perspective, as always, was thoughtful. "There's no right or wrong answer here, Eleanor," he reminded me during our session. "The question to ask yourself is, what purpose would this meeting serve for you? Not for Patrick, not for the family, but for you specifically." It was a clarifying framework. Was I curious about Patrick's claimed transformation? Somewhat, but not enough to base a decision on that alone. Did I need closure? Perhaps, though I'd achieved a considerable measure of peace already. Was there something I needed to say to him? Something I needed to hear from him? These questions occupied my thoughts as spring bloomed fully into summer. Life continued its steady rhythm. Sunday dinners with the family, volunteer work at the community center, planning for Jack's 70th birthday in the fall, and yes, researching our next travel adventure. I was in the garden one afternoon, deadheading roses while Jack napped inside, when Emma appeared at the gate. At 15, my granddaughter had blossomed into a thoughtful young woman with her mother's beauty and, thankfully, none of her father's calculating nature. "Grandma, can I talk to you?" she asked, her expression unusually serious. "Of course, sweetheart," I replied, setting aside my gardening shears.
Come sit.
We settled on the garden bench beneath the old maple tree, its leaves providing dappled shade against the July sun. "Is everything okay?" I prompted when she remained silent. Emma twisted her hands in her lap. "Mom told me about Dad's parole hearing, about him wanting to see you." I nodded, waiting for her to continue. "He wants to see me and Tyler too," she said. "He's been writing more often lately, asking questions about school, friends, normal dad stuff. But there's always this undertone, like he's trying to prove he's changed. And what do you think?" I asked gently. "Do you believe he's changed?" Emma shrugged, a gesture so reminiscent of Vanessa at her age that it made my heart ache. "I don't know. I barely remember him from before, everything. Just fragments. Him teaching me to ride a bike, reading bedtime stories, being at my dance recitals. Those memories are real," I assured her. The good parts of Patrick were real too, not just the terrible choices he made later. "That's what makes it so confusing," Emma admitted. "If he was just a monster, it would be easy to say no, I never want to see him. But he's my dad. And sometimes in his letters, I can see glimpses of the person from those good memories." I considered my response carefully. "People are complicated, Emma. Your father did horrible things, things that hurt our family deeply. But that doesn't erase the love he felt for you and Tyler. Both realities can exist simultaneously." "Mom said you might be meeting with him," Emma said. "Are you?" "I haven't decided yet," I answered honestly. "I'm still thinking about it." "If you do," she said hesitantly, would you tell me what you think? About whether he's really changed?" The request touched me deeply, the trust it represented, the weight of responsibility it carried. Of course, I promised. But Emma, my impression would just be one perspective. Your decision about seeing him needs to be your own. She nodded, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. I know. I trust your judgment, Grandma. You've always been straight with me, even about the hard stuff. And I always will be, I assured her, wrapping an arm around her slim shoulders. After Emma left, I sat in the garden for a long time, thinking about our conversation. Her request had shifted something in my deliberations about meeting Patrick. If my impressions could help Emma navigate her own complex feelings about her father, perhaps there was value in the meeting beyond my own closure. That evening, I discussed it with Jack over dinner. So you're leaning towards seeing him? He asked, passing me the salad bowl. I think so, I admitted. Not for his sake, but for Emma's. And maybe for my own peace of mind as well. Jack nodded thoughtfully. It makes sense. Just be prepared for the possibility that he hasn't changed as much as he claims. People can put on a good show, especially when parole is at stake. I know, I agreed. After everything we went through, I don't think I'll ever be completely naive about Patrick again. The next day, I called Arthur and asked him to arrange the meeting. Given the security requirements and Patrick's incarceration status, it would take some time to organize. Arthur estimated it would be at least a month before everything could be arranged. Are you sure about this, Eleanor? He asked, concern evident in his voice. As sure as I can be, I replied. It feels like a necessary step somehow. A final chapter that needs to be written before I can truly move forward. As the date for the meeting approached, I found myself increasingly reflective about the journey that had brought me to this point. The lottery win that had changed everything. The family dinner where Vanessa had called me a burden. Patrick's escalating schemes to get his hands on my money. The terrifying night at the hospital. The trial. The rebuilding of trust with my children. Finding love with Jack. Creating a new life filled with purpose and joy. It was a story with so many twists and turns, moments of darkness and unexpected light. And now, I was preparing to face the man who had tried to write a very different ending to that story, one that would have robbed me of everything I now cherished. The day of the meeting dawned clear and cool, early autumn painting the trees around Pine Creek in shades of gold and crimson. Jack drove me to the state penitentiary, an imposing structure of concrete and razor wire 2 hours from home. I'll be waiting right here, he assured me as we parked in the visitor's lot. Take as much or as little time as you need. I squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his unwavering support. I won't be long. The process of entering the prison was rigorous. ID checks, metal detectors, pat-downs, escorts through a series of heavy doors that clanged shut behind me with finality. The visiting room was stark but clean, divided by a glass partition with phones on either side for communication. I sat in the hard plastic chair, my heart beating rapidly despite my determination to remain calm. And then, a door opened on the other side of the glass, and Patrick appeared. 5 years had changed him dramatically. His once perfect hair was now heavily streaked with gray, cut short in a prison-standard style. He'd lost weight, his face more angular, lines etched deeply around his eyes and mouth. But it was the change in his demeanor that struck me most. The confident, borderline arrogant financial advisor was gone, replaced by a man who moved with a kind of wary humility. He sat across from me, hesitating before picking up the phone. I did the same, our eyes meeting through the glass. Eleanor, he said, his voice raspier than I remembered. Thank you for coming. Patrick, I acknowledged with a slight nod. You look well, he observed. Traveling agreed with you. The reference to my travels caught me off guard. Vanessa told you about that? In her letters about the children, he explained. She mentioned you and Jack were exploring Asia. I nodded, uncertain how to proceed. Despite all my preparation, sitting face-to-face with Patrick was more disorienting than I'd anticipated. I know this must be difficult for you, he continued when I remained silent. Being here, seeing me, I appreciate you agreeing to this meeting. Why did you want to see me, Patrick? I asked directly. Your letter to Arthur mentioned making amends, But what does that actually mean to you? He seemed to appreciate the straightforwardness. It means acknowledging the full extent of the harm I caused. Not just the obvious physical danger I put you, Jack, and Michael in, but the deeper damages, the betrayal of family trust, the manipulation, the attempts to make you doubt your own mind. His articulation of these less tangible harms surprised me. "You've been in therapy," I observed. A small, self-deprecating smile crossed his face. "Extensive therapy. Individual and group. It's been enlightening. Painful, but necessary." "And you believe you've changed?" Patrick considered the question carefully. "I believe I understand now what led me to make the choices I made. The insecurity, the pride, the desperation to maintain appearances at any cost. I understand the patterns of thinking that allowed me to justify actions I knew were wrong." "That's not quite the same as changing," I pointed out. "No," he agreed. "Change is demonstrated through consistent actions over time. All I can say is that I'm committed to that process, however long it takes." We talked for nearly an hour. Patrick explained the rehabilitation programs he'd completed, the work he was doing as a tutor for fellow inmates preparing for their GEDs, his ongoing correspondence with Emma and Tyler. I listened more than I spoke, observing not just his words but the way he delivered them, the absence of the manipulative tactics he'd once employed so effectively, the moments of genuine emotion that broke through his careful composure. "I don't expect forgiveness," he said toward the end of our time. "I know what I did goes beyond what any reasonable person could forgive. But I did want you to know that I recognize the depth of my wrongs. And that I think about them, about you, about the family, about Jack and Michael every day." "What do you want from your future, Patrick?" I asked. "Assuming you eventually receive parole?" He looked down at his hands, then back at me. "To cause no further harm. To be some kind of positive presence in my children's lives, if they'll allow it. To find some way to contribute meaningfully to society. Not to rebuild your financial career? Reclaim your social standing." He shook his head. "Those things drove me to ruin. To nearly become a murderer. No, I have simpler ambitions now." As our time drew to a close, I found myself asking the question that had lingered in my mind for years. "Do you ever think about what would have happened if I had simply given you the money? If I had split the lottery winnings among the family as I'd originally planned?" Patrick's expression turned pained. "All the time. It's one of the great ironies of my life that if I had simply been patient, been kind, I would have received far more through your generosity than I ever could have taken by force." A guard appeared, signaling that our time was up. As I prepared to leave, Patrick spoke once more. "Eleanor, I know this doesn't change anything, but I am truly sorry for what I did to you and the family. Not because I got caught, not because I'm serving time, but because it was deeply, unforgivably wrong." I studied him through the glass, this man who had once held so much power over my family, who had nearly destroyed everything I loved. "I believe you're sincere, Patrick," I said finally. "Whether that translates to lasting change, only time will tell." "That's fair," he acknowledged. "More than fair, given everything." As I turned to leave, he called my name once more. "Eleanor?"
How are they?
"Really? Emma and Tyler." I paused, considering my response. "They're thriving, Patrick. Emma's becoming a remarkable young woman, thoughtful, creative, strong. Tyler's finding his way more slowly, but he's got a good heart. They're going to be okay." Relief washed over his face. "Thank you for telling me that, and for being there for them when I couldn't be, when I chose not to be." I nodded once more and then left, making my way back through the series of locked doors until I emerged into the autumn sunshine where Jack waited. "How was it?" he asked as I slid into the passenger seat. "Surprising," I admitted. "He's different. Whether it's genuine or just what he's learned to project, I'm not entirely sure. But there's definitely been a change." Jack nodded, starting the car. "Do you think he'll get parole?" "Not this time," I said after consideration. "Maybe in a few more years, if he continues on this path. And honestly, that's probably for the best, for him and for the family."
We all need more time.
As we drove home through the countryside, the trees a blaze of autumn color against the clear blue sky. I felt a sense of completion I hadn't expected from the meeting. Not closure exactly. Some chapters of life resist neat endings, but a kind of punctuation mark in the ongoing story. "What will you tell Emma?" Jack asked as we neared Pine Creek. "The truth," I said simply. "That I believe her father is sincerely trying to change, but that change is a long, imperfect process. That she should trust her own instincts about when or if she's ready for more contact with him." "Wise advice," Jack nodded approvingly. "I've had good teachers," I smiled, thinking of all the lessons life had delivered, some gentle, others brutally harsh, that had shaped my understanding. 3 days later, Emma came to visit, eager to hear about my meeting with Patrick. We sat in my living room, cups of hot chocolate in hand despite the unusually warm fall day, a tradition from her childhood that neither of us was willing to abandon. I shared my impressions honestly, emphasizing that they were just that, impressions, not definitive judgments on Patrick's character or potential for rehabilitation. "So you think he's really changed?" she asked, her eyes searching mine for certainty I couldn't provide. "I think he's changing," I clarified. "It's a process, not a destination. The Patrick I saw was very different from the man who went to prison 5 years ago. Whether that change holds and deepens over time remains to be seen." Emma nodded, absorbing this. "Mom says I can decide for myself about visiting him, that she'll support whatever I choose." "And what are you thinking?" She stared into her hot chocolate. "I think I'd like to see him. Not right away. Maybe after the parole hearing, regardless of the outcome. I have questions only he can answer." "That sounds like a thoughtful approach," I encouraged. "And you can always change your mind, decide to see him sooner, or later, or not at all. This is your journey to navigate." "What about you?" she asked. "Will you see him again?" I considered the question. "I don't think so. Not unless there's a specific reason in the future. I've said what I needed to say, heard what I needed to hear." Emma set down her mug and moved to sit beside me on the sofa, resting her head on my shoulder the way she had as a little girl. "Thanks, Grandma, for going to see him, for telling me the truth, for everything." I wrapped my arm around her. This precious granddaughter who had weathered so much turbulence in her young life, yet emerged with such grace. "Always, sweetheart. Always." 2 weeks later, Jack and I hosted a family dinner to celebrate his 70th birthday. Our small home was filled to bursting with loved ones, Michael and Claire, Vanessa and the children, friends from the community center, even Gloria, who had flown in from Arizona for the occasion. As I watched Jack blow out the candles on his cake, surrounded by people who genuinely cared for him, I felt a wave of profound gratitude. This was what mattered, not the money that had set everything in motion, but the connections we'd forged, the love we'd nurtured, the joy we'd created together. Later, as the party wound down and guests began to depart, Jack found me in the kitchen, wrapping leftovers. "Happy?" he asked, slipping his arms around my waist. "Incandescently," I replied, leaning back against him. "You? More than I ever thought possible at 70, he confirmed. Though I'm not sure my knees got the memo about the aging process. I laughed, turning in his arms to face him. "Well, we can't have everything, but we have what matters." That night, as we lay in bed, Jack already drifting towards sleep beside me, I found myself reflecting on the journey that had brought us to this point. From that fateful family dinner where Vanessa had called me a burden, to the lottery when that had changed everything, to Patrick's desperate attempt to take what wasn't his, to the rebuilding of my family and the discovery of love with Jack. It was a story of loss and redemption, of betrayal and reconciliation, of darkness and unexpected light. "Jack," I whispered, not sure if he was still awake. He murmured sleepily. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if I hadn't won the lottery? If our paths had never crossed in that particular way?" He opened his eyes, considering the question seriously despite his drowsiness. "Sometimes. But then I think that people who are meant to find each other will find a way. Maybe it would have taken longer. Maybe the circumstances would have been different. But I like to think we would have found each other eventually. The thought warmed me. I like to think that too. Besides, he added, pulling me closer, the lottery wasn't a real fortune.
No.
No, he said simply. You were. You are. The woman who refused to be broken by betrayal. Who found the courage to reclaim her power. Who opened her heart to love again despite every reason not to. That's the real jackpot, Eleanor. Everything else is just window dressing. I nestled against him, knowing he was right. The money had opened doors, certainly. It had given me options I wouldn't otherwise have had. But the true wealth in my life lay in the relationships I'd healed, the new connections I'd formed, the inner strength I'd discovered. I love you, Jack Wilson, I whispered. And I love you, Eleanor Wilson, he replied, his voice already fading as sleep reclaimed him. 10 years later. The autumn leaves drifted down around us as we walked slowly along the path in Pine Creek Memorial Park. Jack leaned more heavily on his cane these days, his gait unsteady, but his spirit undimmed at 80. At 75, I was no spring chicken myself, but regular yoga and the occasional adventure kept me spry enough to offer my arm for additional support when the path grew uneven. Bench ahead, I pointed out. Let's take a break. Trying to coddle me again, Eleanor? He teased, but made his way gratefully to the wooden bench overlooking the duck pond. Always, I replied cheerfully, settling beside him. It's my prerogative as your wife. 15 years of marriage had only deepened our connection, our ability to communicate volumes with just a glance or a touch. We traveled the world together, from the Galapagos to the Norwegian fjords, from the ancient streets of Jerusalem to the pristine beaches of New Zealand. We'd weathered health scares, celebrated triumphs, and found joy in the ordinary moments of everyday life. Now, our adventures were closer to home, but no less meaningful for their smaller scale. Tyler's graduation ceremony is at 2. I reminded Jack, checking my watch. We should head back soon to change. Our youngest grandchild, off to college. Jack marveled. Where did the time go? It flew, I agreed. But what a journey it's been. Tyler had blossomed in the past decade, overcoming his early struggles to find his passion in computer science. Today he would receive his high school diploma, and in the fall, he would begin at MIT, an achievement that filled us all with pride. Emma, now 25, had graduated from law school the previous year and was working for a nonprofit that provided legal services to domestic violence survivors, a career choice undoubtedly influenced by our family's history. She'd recently become engaged to a kind, steady young man who looked at her with the same admiration Jack still directed at me. Michael and Claire had married 5 years ago in a simple ceremony in our backyard. His medical practice continued to thrive, though he'd scaled back his hours to make time for volunteer work at free clinics. Vanessa had found unexpected happiness as well, reconnecting with a college boyfriend after running into him at a real estate conference. Their relationship had developed slowly, cautiously, but with a solid foundation that her marriage to Patrick had lacked. They'd been married for 3 years now, creating a blended family that included his teenage son from a previous marriage. And Patrick? He'd been granted parole after serving 12 years of a sentence, his exemplary prison record and genuine remorse working in his favor. He'd moved to a city 4 hours from Pine Creek, maintaining appropriate distance while still allowing for occasional visits with his now-adult children. He worked at a rehabilitation center for former inmates, using his experience to help others transition back to society. Against all odds, a kind of peace had settled over our extended family. Not the absence of conflict or challenge, but a hard-won ability to navigate life's complexities with grace and mutual respect. Ready to head back? Jack asked, noticing my contemplative mood. Almost, I said, taking his hand. I was just thinking about how far we've all come. How much has changed since that dinner where Vanessa called me a burden? Jack squeezed my fingers. Full circle, in a way. From burden to cornerstone. Cornerstone of the family, he explained. You're the one who holds it all together, Eleanor. The one everyone turns to for wisdom, for support, for love without conditions. I blushed at his praise. I just try to be present, to listen, To love them as they are, not as I wish they would be. And that's exactly why you're the cornerstone, he insisted. Not the money, not the things you do for them, just the way you love them. As we made our way slowly back to our car, I reflected on Jack's words. When had the transformation occurred? When had I shifted from feeling like an obligation to my family to feeling like their foundation? There was no single moment, no dramatic turning point. It had happened gradually, through countless small acts of courage, forgiveness, and love, both given and received. Tyler's graduation ceremony was beautiful. As he crossed the stage to receive his diploma, tall and confident in his cap and gown, I felt my eyes fill with tears of pride. Beside me, Jack discreetly wiped away a tear of his own. The family gathered afterward at Vanessa's house for a celebration. Emma and her fiancé had flown in for the occasion. Michael and Claire brought a towering cake decorated with MIT's colors. Even Patrick had been invited, a testament to how far we'd all come in healing old wounds. He approached me cautiously during the party, a glass of sparkling cider in his hand. Prison and then parole had continued the transformation I glimpsed during our meeting a decade ago. At 65, Patrick was a subdued, thoughtful man, still handsome in a weathered way, but with none of the slick charm that had once defined him. "Eleanor," he greeted me, "you're looking well."
Thank you, Patrick. So are you.
"Jack keeping good?" he asked, nodding toward where my husband sat chatting with Tyler about his college plans. "He has his good days and challenging ones," I replied honestly, "but we manage." Patrick nodded, understanding the subtext. Jack's health had been declining gradually over the past year. Nothing acute, just the inevitable wearing down that comes with age. "I wanted to thank you," Patrick said after a moment, "for allowing me to be here today, to share in Tyler's accomplishment." "It was Tyler's decision," I pointed out. "And Vanessa's. Their home, their choice." "Still," he persisted, "I know you could have objected. Your opinion carries weight in this family." I considered his words. "The past is the past, Patrick. We've all made our peace with it in our own ways." He studied me with genuine curiosity. "How did you do it? Move beyond what I did?" "I've wondered for years." It was a profound question, one I'd asked myself many times. I realized that holding on to anger and resentment was only hurting me. I said finally, "That forgiveness wasn't about absolving you of responsibility, but about freeing myself from the burden of hatred." Patrick absorbed this, nodding slowly. "You've taught them that too," he observed, gesturing to the family gathered around us. "How to forgive without forgetting. How to move forward without denying the past." "I've tried," I acknowledged. "We all carry scars, Patrick. The choice is whether we let them define us or inform us." A small smile lifted the corner of his mouth. "The burden becomes the teacher." "Something like that," I agreed, surprised by his insight. Our conversation was interrupted by Tyler calling everyone together for a toast. As the family gathered in Vanessa's spacious living room, I found my place beside Jack, his arm slipping naturally around my waist. "Before we celebrate my graduation," Tyler began, uncharacteristically serious, "I want to take a moment to thank the person who made it all possible. Not just financially, though that's part of it, but in every way that matters." His eyes found mine across the room. "Grandma, you showed me what real strength looks like. Not the kind that dominates or controls, but the kind that endures, that forgives, that loves without conditions. When I was little, I didn't understand what happened with our family. I just knew things were broken, and then somehow they started to heal. Now I know that healing began with you, with your refusal to let bitterness define you, with your courage to build something new from the ashes of what was lost." Tears streamed freely down my face now, matched by the glistening in Tyler's eyes. "So this toast isn't just for my graduation. It's for you, Grandma, for the legacy you've created, not of money or things, but of love, forgiveness, and second chances. I hope I can live up to that legacy in my own life." Glasses were raised around the room, voices joining in a chorus of "To Grandma." Jack's arm tightened around me as I dabbed at my tears. "See," he whispered. "Cornerstone." Later that night, as Jack and I prepared for bed in our comfortable home, the same craftsman bungalow we'd bought 15 years earlier, I found myself filled with a profound sense of contentment. "What a day," Jack sighed, easing himself onto the edge of the bed. Tyler's speech was something special. It was, I agreed, helping him with his slippers. Though he gave me far too much credit, Jack shook his head. He gave credit where it's due. "You transformed this family, Eleanor. Not the lottery win. You." "We transformed it," I corrected gently. "I couldn't have done it without you." He smiled, that same warm smile that had first drawn me to him at the community center all those years ago.
"Partners," he agreed.
As I settled beside him, his hand found mine in the darkness. "Eleanor." "Yes, love." "I've been thinking about what comes next." A flutter of anxiety passed through me. Jack had been more reflective lately, more focused on putting things in order. "What do you mean?" "For you," he clarified. "After I'm gone." "Jack." "No, let me say this," he insisted gently. "We both know I'm slowing down. The doctors say my heart is wearing out. It might be years yet, but it might not. And I need to know you'll be okay." Tears pricked at my eyes. "Of course I'll be okay. Not happy about it, mind you, but okay. I have the family. I have our friends. I have the life we've built together." "Good," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Because that's the real legacy, you know. Not the traveling or the adventures or even the family milestones we've shared. It's the way we've loved each other. The way that love has rippled outward, touching everyone around us." I turned to face him in the darkness, resting my palm against his cheek. "When did you get so wise, Jack Wilson?" "I married a wise woman," he replied simply. Some of it was bound to rub off. We fell silent, the comfortable quiet of two people who no longer need words to communicate their deepest feelings. Outside our window, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering against the roof in a soothing rhythm. "Jack," I whispered after a while, "do you remember what you said to me that night at the hospital? When Patrick had the gun?" "I said a lot of things that night," he murmured sleepily. "Most of them probably terrified babbling. You told me not to go back because I was afraid. You said fear is a terrible basis for decisions." "Sounds like something I'd say," he acknowledged. "Probably stole it from a fortune cookie." I smiled in the darkness. It was good advice. It's how I've tried to live since then, making choices based on love and courage rather than fear. "You've succeeded," he assured me. "Magnificently." As Jack's breathing deepened into sleep, I lay awake a while longer, reflecting on the extraordinary journey of the past 15 years. From that desperate night, when Patrick had held a gun to Jack's head, to this peaceful evening in our home, surrounded by the evidence of a life well lived. From the widow seen as a burden to her family to the woman Tyler had toasted as the cornerstone of his life. The lottery had given me financial freedom, certainly. But the true fortune had been discovering my own worth, finding the courage to demand respect, opening my heart to Jack, and rebuilding relationships with my children on a foundation of genuine love rather than obligation. As I drifted toward sleep, I remembered something my mother had told me long ago, when I was just a girl struggling with some childhood disappointment. "Eleanor, the measure of your life won't be the hardships you face, but how you face them. With bitterness or grace, with fear or courage, with closeness or love." At 75, I finally understood the full wisdom of her words. Life would always bring challenges, losses, betrayals, disappointments. The question was never whether we would face difficulties, but who we would choose to be in response to them. And I had chosen again and again to be a woman defined by love rather than fear, by generosity rather than resentment, by hope rather than despair. That choice, renewed daily through actions small and large, had transformed not just my life, but the lives of everyone I loved. It was never about the money, I realized as sleep finally claimed me. It was always about the heart. My heart, broken and mended, tested and strengthened, expanded by loss and joy in equal measure. That was the true burden's fortune, The unexpected gift that comes when life's heaviest challenges reveal your deepest strengths, when what others perceive as your greatest liability becomes, in fact, your most precious asset. Not a burden at all, but a wellspring of love that could never be depleted, only multiplied in the giving. The end.